that end, actually, so that you're not tripping over. Yeah, because I can see it if I'm standing here. Yeah. Right. Shall we begin? Well, I didn't think I'd been doing this for that long. It turns out today is the 23rd Games Talks Live event. So welcome everyone to number 23. There's not been 23 in Edinburgh. We've done them in Dundee, Glasgow, Belfast, Liverpool, Manchester, Newcastle, maybe somewhere else. I can't remember. This must be about the 7th in Edinburgh. So if you've been here before, thank you very much for coming again. If you haven't been before and you don't know me, I'm Colin. The basic history behind these events is that I started running these back in 2018 or 2019, and someone in London came up to me and said, "Oh, is there a Scottish games event we can come up? We heard great things about all the Scottish games developers and the Scottish games community." And this was, before Scottish Games Week. And I said, "No, it's ridiculous, but there's people I live a mile from I only ever see in San Francisco and Paris and London, and it's absolute nonsense. But that's just the way it is." And they said, "That's a shame, because if there was something in Scotland that we could come up to and meet everyone, we could put a couple of grand behind the bar." So I went, okay, fine. We did the first event in Dundee. It was a great event, and we sort of stumbled on this lightning talk format. So all the speakers just have 10 minutes. So the downside is there's a limited amount of detail any one person can go into, but this is partly why we've got so many breaks as well. So you'll basically hear 3 10-minute talks and then have a half-hour break, and that's the format that's repeated over the afternoon and evening. And it basically works so that anytime you do find someone you like and you want to find out more about, you follow up with them in a break, because there's a break coming within 20 minutes of whoever you've just seen that you want to find out more about. And if you don't like someone or you don't like a topic, by the time you realize that, it's only 5 minutes till the next one. So it works brilliantly, the format. I absolutely love it. What we're trying to do with this is to get the community together in each city. So we've got Edinburgh tonight, we've got Dundee tomorrow, and we've got Glasgow on Thursday. You get the most benefit if you're here in person. But if you're watching online as well, then hello, welcome, thank you for joining. We've got a brilliant list of speakers over the course of the evening, so we'll have that up on in the breaks, just to remind you all who is coming. The point, as I said, is to get us all together. It's to learn some stuff. It's to give us an excuse to go up and speak to someone new. These speakers, some of them are very experienced, some of them are speaking for the first time. So do just go up and speak to them. It's why they're here. Don't feel you're bothering anyone. If somebody didn't want to have people speaking to them, they wouldn't come to a networking event, and they certainly wouldn't get up on stage. So do just follow up with anyone you want to find out a bit more about them or what they do. We are lucky to have a bunch of great sponsors that have helped support this, because we now have to rent a coach to move speakers around and all this kind of nonsense. But it also means that we can get the drinks vouchers, which is great. And obviously this is quite a long event. So just to say that we do want this to be a safe and inclusive environment. So do look after each other. If you see anyone struggling, just make sure everyone's okay. And if you see someone looking uncomfortable, speak to them, give myself or any of the volunteers a shout. And if you see someone that just doesn't look like they've met anyone here yet, chat to them. We're here to meet new people. If you are online, we know the breaks are not going to be the most engaging for you because everyone's off here networking, but we have set up the Discord. If you, in a browser, punch in discord.gamestalks.live, that's discord.gamestalks.live, that'll take you to our Discord server, and you can chat to anyone else that's watching at the same time. Hopefully tomorrow in the breaks we'll play back some older talks, but we weren't able to do it today. And we will live stream tomorrow and Thursday's events in Glasgow as well. So if you miss any of the speakers, and some of the speakers are different each day, you'll hopefully get to see everyone that you want. I need to thank all of our amazing sponsors. There is a ticket price, but we've tried to keep it pretty modest because the vast majority of the cost of this is covered by the sponsors. So a massive thank you to Pocket Size Hands, Blazing Griffin, 4J Studios, Johnson Carmichael, Ninja Kiwi, No Code, Rivet Games, Team Terrible, Wigan, and I don't think we need to thank Glasgow City Council here, do we? That's probably not cool. Yeah. And that's all. So please give a big hand to our sponsors. All these events, we also try and raise a couple of quid for some good causes. So over the years, I've not totaled it up, but it's literally tens of thousands of pounds we've raised for causes like the NHS coming into COVID, for Ukrainian Red Cross last year, Glasgow Kids Hospital, Special Effect. And with everything going on in the world at the moment, it felt appropriate that the charity we supported this time was War Child, who look after kids in conflict areas. So any point throughout the evening, you can buy raffle tickets either by going to raffle.gamestalks.live, that'll redirect you to the Just Giving page, or just scan that QR code and that'll take you there. For every £5 of donation, you will get allocated one raffle ticket. We might do a mini raffle draw tonight. It depends how many technical problems we have to solve and everything else. But regardless how many tickets you buy or when you buy them, you'll get the same number of chances of winning. Probably the main draw will be tomorrow night, Wednesday night in Dundee. But again, we'll hopefully do a smaller draw on Thursday as well. But £5 for every £5 of donation, you get one raffle ticket. Please do leave your name or email on the Just Giving page, though otherwise I don't know who to give the prize to. If those empty raffle tickets come up, it's really embarrassing having to re-roll it. The prizes we have on offer. We have 9 copies of Fights in Tight Spaces, thanks to Mode 7, and I should also thank James, wherever he is in the audience. Lost him, can't see him. Sitting up there. 9 copies of Bish Bash Bots from Firestoke, 6 copies of Total War 3 Warhammer, thanks to Creative Assembly. PlayStation 4 pack of games from P-Cube that came up and spoke here in April. Also from P-Cube, a Nintendo Switch pack of games, and also from P-Cube, a PS5 pack of games. Super Rare Games, who again have been up and spoken at previous events, have given us a Switch pack of games. Hooded Horse, who do sort of strategy and simulation games, have given us 2 batches of Steam keys for Xenonauts 2 Against the Storm and Old World. and then Focus Entertainment, who have also been over. This is our secret. We get people over and then they give us free games. This is great. We just need to get every publisher and every developer in the world to visit us. Focus have kindly given us 5 sets of keys for the games here. And then Yogscast Games have given us 5 publisher keys, which gets you every game they've ever published in the past and ever will, apparently. So an amazing set of prizes. If you go to the raffle page and get your tickets any point over tonight, so that people don't get too sick of me, because I used to do all the introductions, but it was very tedious for everyone else. I loved it, but the booze told me something. What we're going to do instead, same as last time, we've got a local compare for each event. So for the rest of the day up until the end, I'm very pleased that we have got Paula Lucas, who works at Ant Workshop and is going to take over from me to do the comparing and introduce all of our other amazing speakers. So please give Paula a very warm welcome.
Slightly shorter than Colin, as it turns out. Yes, this is my first time comparing, so please be kind. But yeah, it's really, really nice to be here tonight, and very excited. Usually I'm on the other side of the audience, so yeah, here we go. The first speaker we have tonight is Damien Isaac. He is the Strategic Customer Success Manager at Go Testify. He describes himself as a strategic person who has a flair for creativity. So if we could please give a warm welcome to Damien.
Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is apologize for the horrendous Belfast accent that you're going to have to listen to. Colin is here to translate English back into English for anybody who cannot understand me. And what I'm actually going to be talking about is how to actually leverage your market to actually succeed when you are developing a title. Okay. So my role as the customer success manager at Go Testify is to really assist studios of all shapes and sizes with guidance on how to actually validate their vision effectively, align decisions, and really maximize the potential of their titles. Okay. Now, this talk, when we were actually designing it, had to be very, very careful because we do have a little bit of a hidden motive behind the actual talk, and I don't want Colin rushing the stage to actually get me off, because we're also here to promote our new indie program, which has gone live, which I know some of the people in the audience are actually a part of at the minute. Okay, so the next slide that I'm actually going to put up, I'm going to leave just long enough where I don't get shouted at by Colin for anybody who does want to check it out. Okay, we are essentially trying to help hobbyists and small studios actually bridge the gap between AAA studios with free play testing and strategic support throughout their development. Anybody who does want to chat to me about it later, I'm more than happy to do so. So the real talk is about market validation and why it's important. And what I'm going to discuss now is validating early and validating often. Okay, so when playing games, I'm sure a lot of people have gone through and they've probably had these two emotions here. You can see in the left-hand screen that somebody's breaking their keyboard. I know there's lots of games that I've felt that way before. And then on the right, you have that feeling of this was absolutely unreal. It was epic. And that's what we want for all players playing games. Okay. Now, reason to validate early and often throughout game development is it will actually save you time and budget. The average game actually takes 2 to 3 years to make. And throughout all platforms, there's over 4,000 games being released every single day. So by actually validating with your market early and often, you're actually reducing your risk when it does come to release, because when you are releasing your title into a saturated market, you want to make sure that there is no hidden surprises. So by hearing from your market throughout development, you'll get rid of that. Another reason why it's important for teams to actually validate early and often is it actually aligns decision making across teams. I don't know how many of you in here are actually game developers, and or are part of studios. But I'm sure throughout the development process of the game, there's lots of conflicts internally and discussions on what's the best route that you should take for a player's actual journey. Okay, a great example of this here for validating early and often was Destiny. Now, Destiny was 4 years in user testing before it actually got released. It had over 150 tests on the title across all features and mechanics throughout the game, and it went on to make over 500 million plus in revenue. Now, validating and iterating your implementation, and a great example of this is God of War. Okay, so what I'm wanting to actually show you here, I don't know if it's actually going to work. There's a video here that I was hoping to share with you. This video is about a minute long, and it talks about the benefits of user testing throughout game development. Colin's not going to work? Good, man. No problem.
Video is saved on the
Yeah.
machine.
It's one of my favorite stories. And also, like Kratos, I have a pretty good story about the boat. So let me paint you a picture real quick. We just got off a playtest where we had an issue with the docks. You just couldn't use the docks or the beaches, so once you got on the boat, we had to help the playtesters off the boat every single time they wanted to get off, because we had to do this like debug flying. It was terrible. And so this whole test was a wash. We couldn't get any feedback on the boat. And so we started preparing for this next test, because we were putting in these boat stories for the first time, just like the one you saw. And this was a big moment for the team, because it'd be the first time that we'd be seeing people react to this intended experience that we had for the boat. And so we're about 2 hours into this playtest, and the first player that got on the boat was rowing up next to a dock, and then they just sat there. They just sat next to the dock. And there were people watching this back in the studio, and they were like, it was kind of heartbreaking. It was like, oh, I guess it's broken again. Like, you know, what are we going to do? I guess we have to wait for the next playtest. But then we realized when the next person came in, the docks weren't broken. They got off the boat just fine. So what was this person doing? And so we interviewed this person, and they stopped the boat right next to the dock because they were waiting for Kratos to finish his story. And so for us, that was kind of the moment that we realized that like this boat was fulfilling that intended experience, and that people could enjoy this boat without having the combat.
So the main reason we wanted to show that video is a AAA studio developing a game like God of War, which went on to win many, many awards. Without the benefits of actually listening to their market, they were going to miss out on a huge part of their actual game. God of War was always a game that was designed around action, and what they were trying to introduce was more story into that action. But there was actually to a part where they couldn't get the story to align with the action throughout, and they were actually going to remove it completely from the boat scene. Okay? But throughout user testing, they got real world feedback from the market, heard that they actually enjoyed it, and as you've seen, players actually sitting waiting for Kratos to actually finish the story. Okay. Now, you're probably saying to yourself at the minute, these are AAA studios with multi-million-dollar budgets, and they're able to do these activities consistently. Okay. So I thought I'd actually bring something which was more a little bit local to Scotland and show some success stories of actually validating early and often throughout development. There's a small studio here in Scotland named Sad Owl Studios. They recently developed a game which was called Viewfinder. Now, this studio, whenever they came to go testify, they really wanted to understand from the market how they felt about the game before they went to release, and they wanted to actually take the feedback on board to deliver something which was deeply enthralling for them. Now, they did multiple play tests over time, and the reason that they did that was to ensure that the changes that they made to their game made sense, and it made for a better experience for everybody. Now, this studio, again, based here in Scotland, they've had the third most successful demo in the biggest Steam Next Fest to date. and it had over 100K downloads in the first few months. And as of last night, they have been voted or nominated, for 2 awards, which will be announced at GDC, which is Best New Indie Game and Best Debut Studio. Okay, so this is a success story that by following certain planned testing, it makes a lot of sense so that you and your team can actually make better decisions. Now, most people, when they come to me for user testing, they ask me, where do we start? Okay. When I first started at Testify 3 years ago, I did what most people do when it came to actually a job that they didn't know how to do, which was jump on Google. And I found this. And this scared the absolute life out of me to a point where I nearly quit on the first day. Okay. The reason was there were so many different methodologies to actually validate what you wanted that for a lot of people, it can be very daunting and they don't know where to begin. So with Testify, what we've decided to do was we created frameworks to actually success, and we live by a motto. That motto is, don't overcomplicate. Validate one layer at a time. In your early stages of user testing, remove confusion. Once you've removed confusion, it's about assessing fun and finding your USP within the game. Once players have been able to find fun, it means you won't have the same scenario of the person smashing the keyboard and actually refunding in the very short refund times there are now in game development. Later into it, it's about evaluating the core loop over time, and that's where money comes from releasing the game. Managed to get it done within 10 minutes, which I was really worried about. If anybody does want to talk about validation or the indie support program, feel free to grab me after this. I am here for the 3 events, and thank you for listening.
Cool. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, really interesting to know about. Cool. Next up, we have Peter Lewin. He is a video games lawyer and partner at Wigan with over a decade of experience in the video game and entertainment industry. So please put your hands together for Peter.
Hey everyone. So yeah, my name's Pete. I work at a law firm called Wigan down in London. I used to live in Edinburgh for 25 years, and strangely, as I've said to a few of you already, I used to work in this very bar when it was Citrus Club. So really weird, like serendipitous come back around here. I could do a bad job of it, but yeah. So anyway, yeah, I work down in London, video games lawyer. Been doing it for a decade. I spend most of my professional career thinking and working on games deals and games regulation stuff. So that's what I'm here to talk a bit about today. So that is the bad news. It's going to be about contracts, but the good news is it's only for 10 minutes, so it should be right. So I'm going to mix it up a little bit, and I've made my life needlessly difficult by preparing twice as much content for a 10-minute talk. So we're going to do it in a pick and mix style, and we're going to hit 2 of these. And all you get to go by is these little snippets at the top, and then we'll hit those. So show of hands. Let's go for 3 little words. I appreciate they're vague. They're intentionally vague. Okay, cool. Problematic ports. Okay, very equal measures. Not so convenient termination rights. Okay, I think that one's got slightly more. And then do go chasing financial waterfalls. Okay, so they all got pretty much the same measures there, actually. So I think let's go for 3 little words, and then let's go for not so convenient termination rights. Okay. So 3 little words. These are all based on war stories, by the way, that my clients have actually gone through, unfortunately. So in this situation, yeah, there was an indie dev. They were working with a composer to create some music for their new game. The budget for that was about $100,000 plus expenses. And there was an agency involved on the composer's side, so that might explain why some of the things that were in this deal. So anyway, our client, before they started working with us, they partnered with this composer, this agency, to make this music. And there's a bunch of really good stuff in that contract. So there was a staggered fee structure. So part of the payment was going to be due when it was signed, part was going to be due on delivery and acceptance of the demo, And then part is going to be due on delivery and acceptance, the final mix score. So you go, awesome. There's lots of delivery and acceptance wording in there. That's great. Then our client also had the ability to suspend the agreement and the services for various reasons. So again, great. And then there was wording around approvals of third-party expenses. So you go, great. The composer won't go ahead and incur a bunch of expenses without getting my go-ahead. So anyway, the parties started working together, but for various reasons, it wasn't working. They weren't gelling. The music just wasn't kind of fitting the game that was being made. So our client wanted to terminate the deal early. And by that point, the composer had probably done about half the work. So they'd about 50 grand's worth of the project, and they'd incurred about 20 grand's worth of external costs. So our client wanted to say, okay, I'll pay you for work done, but I won't pay you for the rest of the project, the remaining 50K. And they didn't think that they'd pre-approved any of these third-party expenses, so they didn't want to pay those either. So, okay, they came to us and they go, let's look at this contract here. And if you look at this, this is the actual clause, I think, from the contract, and it says the composer is going to receive on a pay or play basis 100 grand for performing the services and making the score. And that sounds pretty innocuous. You go, okay, that's that, but I've got all these other good things in the agreement. But the problem came about because of these words here, pay or play. So pay or play basically means that whether the composer or the talent does the thing, you will pay them the full amount of money that you owe them. So even if they do nothing, you will pay them all of the money. And its genesis, it kind of comes from film and television deals in the States, because the idea being, okay, if you sign on some talent for your movie or your TV show or something, there's going to be an opportunity cost to them if the project gets canned and it never gets made. So that's the idea, that even if they don't do anything, they should still get paid for it. So anyway, our client's argument was obviously, well, we went through great lengths to set out when we were going to pay you things, and we were going to lock it behind approving, the demo score and the final mix score. And this pay or play wording, it was just kind of by the by. It didn't really matter. The composer's argument and their agent's argument was that the pay or play clause takes priority. And that was the most important thing in the contract. And all the other stuff was kind of just incidental, setting out when they should pay stuff, assuming the contract was going well. So even if we had the ability to terminate the contract, then there was this question about how much did we have to pay? There's another issue in bullet B there. So we didn't actually have the ability to terminate the deal. We had the ability to suspend the services, but suspend it for how long, for what reasons? And also there's a question about the third-party expenses. So again, the composer had gone and they'd spent about 20 grand on musicians, but the question there was around this pre-approval wording. Does that pre-approval wording mean that when we are signing this composition agreement, we are pre-authorizing you to go ahead and spend 30 grand on third-party costs? Or is it actually meaning, okay, later we will talk about costs and we will approve them on a case-by-case basis? So again, there's an open question there. So the resolution to it, it was basically a bit of a pain in the ass, and it reached a kind of compromise solution at the end of it. Our client kind of agreed to pay for the work that had been done, for the third-party costs that had been paid, and then a bit of the kind of remaining project fees, but not the entire amount. So this is just an example of how 3 little tiny words can pretty significantly impact the financial terms of a deal you've got going in there. So not to say just keep an eye out for this clause in your contract, especially if you're working on games that have like US talent or US composers involved. So I'm going to skip through the problematic ports, which you don't get to see because we're not on that one. So not so convenient termination rights. So termination, I don't actually know how much time I have. I'll just keep going until Colin tells me to stop. Oh, 3 minutes. Okay. So termination rights, important. Do read them carefully. It's a part of the agreement where a lot of stuff can like sneak in there. So pay really careful attention to it. What's a termination for convenience right? It's exactly that. It means a party can terminate for any reason or no reason at all. Maybe the market's changed. Maybe the game isn't going well. Maybe they just don't like you. It could be literally anything and they don't have to justify it. So that's a termination for convenience right. So the clause there's one on the screen here. This is from an actual contract I was looking at about a week ago. So it's usually present in agreements with funding because the funding party kind of wants an emergency parachute to be able to get out of giving you the rest of the funding if something is going wrong, right? You'll usually see it in deals with big publishers, but also indie publishers and other deals. So you see it all over the place. And it's kind of understandable why a party wants it. Like, we all know games are risky. They might need to be cancelled for various reasons. So I'm not saying they're unreasonable in principle, but for a developer, it's obviously not super good to know that your publisher could be disappearing on 15 days notice in this case, and all you're going to get paid is 15 days worth of run rate. So kind of understand why both sides, why a publisher wants it, but also understand why a developer might be kind of like a little bit scared by it. So if you're a developer, you'd usually want to try and get this kind of thing taken out. But if you can't get it taken out, then the next thing to do is to make sure you're paying careful attention to the consequences of what happens if a publisher wants to exercise it. So in this one, you can see the developer is going to get paid for 15 days worth of run rate. So you're happily trundling along halfway through development, and then your publisher gives you 15 days notice, and then that's what you get paid for, and then you're on your own. So I've also had seen termination for convenience rights where the publisher keeps getting their rev share even after it's been terminated. I've seen ones where the developer has to repay all the development funding, which they've been paid prior to that point. A couple of weeks ago, I saw one where the developer is going to have to buy back the IP from 4 times the amount they were paid to acquire it from the publisher. And I've seen deals where the publisher would be able to continue selling the game for the full duration of the agreement, even though it's been terminated. So yeah, don't get me wrong. All those things are valid in some situations, but I would say probably not in termination for convenience circumstances. So what can you do? Well, there's a few things you can do. Consider time boxing it. So maybe you don't want them to have the right to exercise the termination right, within the window for release. So you're not left at the left at the finish line without a publisher. You might want to ask for more notice. So rather than being 15 days, you might want to make it 30, 60, or 90 days. You want to get more payout. So 15 days, again, is ultra short, like super unusually short. You might want to ask for the milestone that you're working on in progress, or maybe the next couple milestones, or a multiple of a couple months, and then remove the most extreme consequences. So things like having to repay all development funding you've received to date. You don't have that money anymore, so you can't repay it. So get rid of those obviously quite bad ones. And that's it. I've got 15 seconds left, so I will leave it there. And you can only imagine what duo chasing financial waterfalls is all about. It had pictures and everything, but not for you. So maybe for those of you attending those sessions, we'll get to those. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Pete. That was a really fascinating insight into the lesser known lawyer version of the games industry. Cool. Yeah. So just want to say a quick thanks to our sponsors again, Rivet Games and Speech Graphics. We're going to be taking a half-an-hour break now. Yeah, thank you very much. And we'll catch you back at about 5:30. All right. Oh, goodness me. Sorry, apologies for that. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a good break. For those who are filtering through, we're going to start the next block of talks now, starting with Ryan Milne. He is the Business Advisory Senior Manager of Johnson Carmichael. He's got AMA, so please welcome to the stage.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. As I say, there is an AMA, there is a QR code and Slido, and I'm seeing people are typing, so please do type away. I'll give a little bit of background about myself in the meantime. So my name's Ryan Milne. Sorry, apologies. Stephen Oates who was advertised, the more handsome and talented one's coming on Thursday. He's actually here as well, but if you've got questions, you can speak to him later. So I'm a business advisory senior manager at Johnson Carmichael, chartered accountant, but help high growth businesses try and achieve their growth potential. We'll kind of go into the role of the advisor if I don't get any questions, because I thought I might as well chat about my journey and the role of an accountant on that journey. So if you do have any accounting, business, tax, any questions that you think, I'm more than happy to try and answer them. One person is typing. It must be a long question. I'll start with some anonymous question. What's my favorite game? That's a great question. I'm going to say Overcooked at the moment because, and I know that's controversial, but it brings me and my partner together because we normally do cook together, but then we can actually be violent and throw things at each other rather than in the actual kitchen when she's got a knife and I'm got a frying. Probably best not to start throwing ingredients at each other or utensils. What's the best way to value a small games company these days? That's a great question as well. Valuations are notoriously difficult, as are cash flow forecasts, and there's a lot of uncertainty there. The best way I would say to value a company is if you're in the growth stages, the value of the company has to be at least what you need to get that game or whatever you're developing out into the market, because otherwise if your idea isn't worth, so if it's going to take you £1 million to get this product to market, then the idea has to be worth at least £1 million, otherwise nobody would invest in it. So that's your base. And then after that, you need to kind of recognize, okay, there's various stages of growth. So depending on where you are in that, you might be pre-revenue, you might be, if you are revenue, there's different ways you can value that, whether that be via recurring revenue subscription model, in which case you would then look at how sticky your retention rates are, how quickly you burn your customers over, and that would probably be the best way to value at that early stage. As you get bigger and bigger, you can see different avenues of IP and how you then value that would change. But at the start, you're probably looking at how many downloads you've got, how many people you're paying, what's your revenue model, what's your commercial model, what's your route to market, and then through all of those things you would come up with a number. Ultimately, what's the value of something, what someone else is willing to pay for it. So there is that as well. Okay, if there's no other questions, I'm going to go through my slides. I'm warning you, there's dogs involved, so okay, I'll go through them. Do keep asking questions. If it's questions on this or any others, I'll pick them up as we go along. So I guess I wanted to talk a little bit about my experience of working with founders and early stage companies. And it's quite typical that people will start off on a journey and they know maybe where they want to go, but maybe the end destination isn't quite clear. But we're going to go to America in this situation. How we get there and the route we take is maybe a tad unclear at the start, but we know we're going on a journey. we get in our camper van or whatever vehicle, there's probably a few late nights and pizza boxes at the back of the car, and very similar to Founder, actually. And you end up just going on this wild journey somewhere. So where does an accountant come into that? Or where does the business advisor come into that? I'm just going to say I win because I've got a dog in a presentation on finance. So I guess I see the accountant or your business advisor as that companion, similar to what Pete was saying in terms of a legal, one of these people who gets in the car with you and goes on that journey with you. They can't drive the car for you. You guys are the creative talent. You are the people who will drive the ambition of the company, and you will deliver the growth. But we can be there helping you through that journey, hopefully not being a backseat driver while we're doing so. I guess there's a role for an accountant as being an advisor and a navigator, to be constantly kind of questioning, to say, okay, we see the business going in this direction. Is that where you think it's going? Or actually, have you thought about, okay, well, we're going and we're flying here, or we're driving here. Have you thought about taking this left turn and then that right turn? And it's just that bit of second opinion, a bit of navigation work that can support, I guess, that entrepreneurial journey. One thing we see time and time again is founders getting consumed by the game that they're developing and the team they're developing, and they just go onto autopilot mode and they just keep going straight ahead without actually looking at where they're going and if they've reached it and overshot it. So it's that bit of having that navigator with you to make sure that you know where you're going to and if you've overshot or need to take a turn. One of my other pastimes is pulling together travel itineraries. I love doing it. Surprise, accountants, spreadsheets, itineraries, you sussed it. But it's incredible the amount of founders and businesses who don't do that for their own business, and in the sense of all the different steps of the journey that you need to be taking and making sure that you've got that clear route to where it is you want to go to, and making sure that you've got the team with you, you've got the right, like I say, the right people around you, the right finance structure, you've got the right commercial model with you. And ultimately, that travel itinerary, making sure that you go to all the right destinations on your route to get to that point, is something that we can help with, and make sure that you've got that clear roadmap to see how we can involve, get legals and all the other advisors to help you on that journey towards wherever that end destination might be. And a bag packer. So I think there's something around giving you the tools that you need in order to succeed. We, like I say, we can't navigate the plane, but we can give you all the tools that you need. So whether that is building financial models that, with the greatest respect, that's not what you guys are here to do. That's what an advisor will do or an accountant will do for you. Whether it's making sure that you've got that VGTR claim, or whether it is making sure your team are incentivized, whatever it is, whatever tools, whatever mechanisms you need to achieve and retain your team and grow is part of the role of the advisor. And again, managed to get another dog. So you've probably figured I like two things: traveling, dogs, and three things in finance. So I thought I'd finish with this is my girl. This is Whisper. She's 2. I got her in lockdown. And she is one of the reasons, I guess, that I pull together a lot of travel itineraries now, which is trying to figure out where dog-friendly places are. And she costs a lot as well. So there's a lot of financial implications of having a dog as well on your travel itineraries. But yeah, in summary, I guess I wanted to just kind of, because I think I've got a minute left. So my kind of key thoughts were, what's the role of an advisor? It's for someone to sit alongside you on your founding journey and making sure that you've got the support that you need. It's not like a dentist appointment that you go in once a year and you think, oh my God, I hope get out there as quick as I can, and it's just, I should be flossing a bit more. It should be about someone who sits alongside you and takes you on that journey, making sure you have the right tools to make sure that you can then achieve whatever growth is possible, and making sure that you've got that navigation and second opinion. And sometimes it can be a lonely place as a founder, and you feel like you're just kind of going in one direction, and sometimes you just need someone to bring you back in and make sure that you're navigating on the right path. With that, thank you very much for listening.
Thanks for that, Ryan. And yes, always big bonus points for having multiple dogs in a presentation. So next up, we have James Payton. He works at Ant Workshop. Hey, James. He's a generalist programmer, recently shortlisted for the Scottish Games Week Rising Star Award, and he's here to talk about teaching bots to play mini golf in a dungeon. Please welcome him to the stage.
Hi everyone, I'm James, a generalist programmer at Ant Workshop, and for the past 2 years I've been working on our game Dungeon Golf. Dungeon Golf is a mini golf game set in a dungeon where you play as fantasy characters. And as a generalist, I've worked on many different aspects of our game, from shaders to networking. Probably could have done a talk just on the networking, but what I'd like to talk to you about today is my coding adventure with AI. This talk isn't going to be about neural networks or reinforcement learning. Well, that stuff's awesome. I'm not qualified to give a talk on those. This is just going to be a story about how a programmer made some bots play mini golf. My adventure began when we realized that our game was more fun with that competitive element you get when playing with friends, and we wanted to make sure that single players could experience Dungeon Golf at its best. So we decided to create bots for the players to go up against. Developing the bots began with understanding the problem we had to solve, a deceptively simple one at that. We want the bots to hit the ball so that with each shot, the ball gets closer and closer to the hole and eventually goes in. But how do we determine what direction the bot should hit the ball in? Unity's nav mesh can be used to generate a path from anywhere in the level, around corners, and to the hole. So if we get bots to take shots along this yellow line, eventually the ball will end up at the hole. Using the nav mesh as a reference point, we have the bots look along the line for the tightest angle that they can take without intersecting with anything. And if they pull back and take their shot from there, eventually they'll make their way around all of the corners to the hole. This method got the bots through most of the holes, and as we encountered situations where the bots were struggling, we added extra conditions. For example, when the bot was in sand, we get them to hit the ball a little bit harder because sand slows the balls down. And when there's a slope in front of them, we get them to adjust the angle because the slope will affect the angle of the ball, and also it slows it down, so we add more power there as well. This simple method worked well early in development, but as the layout of the game got more complicated, with more obstacles, the bots really started to struggle. With obstacles creating trickier angles and situations, the bot scores were getting worse, and I was playing catch up with the level design. The levels were becoming more interesting for players, but harder for the bots to navigate. There came a point when, no matter how many special conditions I added, the bots were never going to be able to keep up with the human players. So we needed a new strategy. Enter phase space. Phase space is a way of representing a problem in terms of the variables you control. In the complex problem of how do you teach a bot to play golf, we only really have control over two things: the angle of the shot and the power of the shot. We can forget everything else about golf because we can't control it. All we can control is the angle and power that the bot will take a shot at. So we can take shot angle and shot power and plot them on a graph. This space represents every possible shot the bot could take. For any given power and angle, we can plot the result of what that shot would be. So if the bot takes a shot with medium power and a straight line, maybe that's an all right shot, and we'll plot it. We'll color it orange. Maybe a little bit more power and to the right is a worse shot. We can plot that in red. And maybe a little bit less power and to the left, it's a better shot, and we can color that green. Filling in a little bit more of the graph, maybe it looks something like this, with this region over on the left probably being where you'd want the bot to take a shot. But how do you generate such a graph? How do we know that that point is a bad shot and not some other shot? We run a simulation. Before we get into the details, I'm going to show you some videos of the simulation running so you have some context. Here you can see the bot simulates what would happen to a whole bunch of balls. And at the top, you can see a portion of that phase space graph being filled in. Once the balls are complete, the bot selects a shot that it wants to take and then replicates it in the game for real. You'll also notice the ball curving. That's because our game has aftertouch and the bots simulate that as well. To show you that again from another angle, you can see here the bot simulates what would happen to a whole bunch of shots, filling in that phase space graph, and then selects one of the shots and colors it in cyan and replicates that in the real world. And if the simulation is accurate, the ball ends up where it's supposed to. So how does the simulation work? First, we make a separate copy of the game world that only contains the colliders we care about. Then we add a ball and hit it with a given power and angle. Because this world is separate from the real world, the simulated balls only interact with what we want them to. And we can choose not to include any colliders in the simulation, such as those used for the breakable pots that the ball goes straight through. This separation allows us to speed up the simulation, again and without affecting the real world. Each frame, we dynamically assign how much time can be spent on the simulation so that the game targets 30 FPS and doesn't feel laggy while the simulation is running. But we can still get through the simulation as quickly as possible so that players aren't waiting for the bots to think. In addition to all of the colliders, there are some things that needed to be simulated in order for the bots to be able to predict the world accurately, including enemy slowdown. When you hit an enemy, the ball slows down. The surface types like sand slowing you down and slime speeding you up, portals that teleport you, as well as a bunch of other fun game design things that made my job a lot trickier. Once the simulation was accurate to the real world, the next step was developing a scoring system so that each shot, so that the bots could select from the range of shots for a good one. Some of the things that the shots are scored positively on are getting closer to the hole and defeating enemies and opening chests. They're also scored negatively for going out of bounds, as well as being hit by enemies. As you've seen, we don't just simulate one ball, we simulate many. This is how the bot searches for a good shot. If we had to simulate just one shot after another, it would take far too long. But luckily, physics engines are usually pretty well optimized, so it doesn't take twice as long to simulate two balls as it does for one. In fact, it only takes a fraction more. So by turning off the collision between the balls, we can launch many of them simultaneously, and the performance cost we pay per ball is significantly reduced. Being able to reduce the overall cost of running the simulation is what makes this whole thing possible. We may be able to simulate many shots at once, but we're nowhere near being able to simulate every possible shot. Thankfully, we only need to simulate a small subset in order to get good results. We can be smart about what shots we choose to simulate. We can take an educated guess about the best direction for a shot, in the same way that the old bots did by using the nav mesh. From this direction, The bot samples many shots of different powers and angles in that general area. We sample the angle based on a Gaussian distribution, favoring our best guess in the center, but also searching either side so that the bots can check if there are better options nearby. We then use a triangular distribution to favor more powerful shots. These generally have the more varied outcomes, but we also reduce the mode of that distribution as the bot gets closer to the hole so that they putt more instead of just eating the ball, which was a problem for a long time. Performance was always a concern. Running a physics simulation is never cheap, but in this video, this is a video of a release build running on my PC. Without having to render all of the balls and fill in the graph, the moment that the bot takes to think and run the simulation is barely noticeable. On my PC, it's a fraction of a second, and on our target low-end hardware, the Steam Deck, it was only a few seconds. I'm running out of time, so we're just gonna speed through this. The results of all of this were that the bots were a great improvement over the old ones. The new bots were able to complete the same 6-hole course in an average of 25 shots fewer, which is a huge improvement. And just very quickly, they were able to handle some novel situations like this. I added shields to the simulation, a game design element that came out later, and the bot did this on its first try. It steered around, killed the enemy, and I couldn't have been more proud. I never taught them how to best deal with shield. I just added it to the simulation, and they figured out the rest, which was fun. And they also do impressive trick shots occasionally, finding just an absurd angle off of this curb to hit the ball into the air and into the hole. That was fun as well. Thanks so much for letting me tell you about my adventure. Thanks for listening.
Thanks a lot for that, James. It's always fantastic to see some trick shots as well. Next up, we have David Miller. He is an experienced executive in games and the tech sector. He's head of gaming partnerships at Warchild UK. Please welcome him to the stage.
Good evening and hi everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me to come and talk today. I'm not sure if all of you have heard of Warchild, but I think there's some people in the room who have already supported us at some point over the last few years. So thank you very much if you have. Also, I know some of you have contributed to the raffle, which is going to be in aid of Warchild this week. So thank you very much to everyone who has supported us, and thank you in advance to anybody who may be inspired to support us in the future. What I want to do today is just to spend a few minutes to, I'm not going to go into a huge amount of detail about what Warchild does. I don't really have the time to do that. Really just like to give you an overview of the different ways that you could potentially work with Warchild if you were that way inclined. We do lots of different gaming partnerships. We've been doing it for over 20 years. And I'm just going to give you a really quick whirlwind tour through some of the activations that we've done, big and small, and give you kind of a checklist of ideas that might just plant a seed. And that's really all I'm trying to do today. What do? We work with children in war zones around the world. We go to some of the most dangerous places in the world. Right now we're in Gaza, we're in Ukraine. We stick around after the media bandwagon has rolled on. There's terrible things happening right now in Gaza, but there's really bad things still happening in Yemen and Afghanistan and in places like the DRC. We don't just do emergency relief. We really focus on education and mental health and rehabilitating children who have been victims of war. That's our speciality. And I can tell you much more about that if you'd like to later on. But really what I want to focus on for the next few minutes is how we work with games companies. And I've got some different case studies. Some are really big and expensive in terms of time and cost, and some are really kind of quick and dirty from a development point of view. But the thing that I'd like to stress most of all is that we're really flexible. We've got a team of people that have worked in and around games. I've worked for games companies for over 20 years before I came to Warchild. And I've got a team of people who have worked as creators, who have worked in tech and have worked in the charity space. If you've ever played Football Manager, you've probably heard of Warchild. And actually, millions of people know us because of this incredible game. They're our foundational gaming partner. It's been almost 20 years since Football Manager, Miles and the Colliers decided that they wanted a percentage of every copy of FM that's sold to go to Warchild. It's raised a huge amount of money for us, and it has really brought us into the space. So we're eternally grateful to those guys. As well as being in the game, as well as getting a royalty, we're also in the game, and that gives us a lot of opportunities as well. So, you can support us in soft ways. It doesn't just have to be money. I don't expect you to read all the words on this, but I wanted to also draw attention to the amazing guys in Poland at 11-Bit Studios. They have a game called This War of Mine. You may have played it. It's an incredible game that seeks to tell the experience of what it's like to be a person in a war. It's not an action game, it's more of a resource management game. They created a DLC with all of the revenues and profit actually coming to Warchild. That game's been out now for getting on for a decade, and it's raised over £1 million. These guys, they started off as 30 people. They're now over 300, and they're continuing to make games and to support us. They've recently got a lot of people out of Russia and out of Ukraine, and there's a lot of development in that region, and a lot of these Eastern and Central European developers are really keen to try to give back to their communities. Another example of that is wargaming. This might look like a weird bedfellow for Warchild, but it's not, because we both have the same principle, which is that tanks should only really be in a video game or maybe a museum, not in the real world. And by putting in-game purchases, in-game items, medikits and branded packs inside the games for the last 6 or 7 years, they've been able to raise, I think should now be well over £250,000. So that's a relatively easy, heavy lift for the studio. But as well as really big games, we've also worked with smaller games, with mobile games. This is a relatively recent example of the War and Peace game. These guys wanted to do something to support us. They created a medikit that was sold just over a weekend, just made a one-off event for a weekend. We jointly promoted it, and it raised a really nice amount of money for us. It doesn't have to be millions. It can be a few hundred or a few £1,000s. No idea is kind of too big or too small. We're really happy to have the conversation. If you guys have an idea, if you guys have a game, if you'd like to work with us in some way, we'll figure a way out to do that. As well as putting stuff in games, we do a lot of stuff with streaming, which is obviously a huge part of the gaming landscape today. Game Action is a kind of sub-brand that we launched a couple of years ago, which we think is a clever pun because it speaks to the action of the actual work that we do, the action in the field, but also game action when you play or when you watch. So this is a kind of a sub-brand that you might see popping up. It's been the name for sales, and it's been the name for streaming events. I mentioned Armistice because it's happening right now. This is obviously Armistice Week, if you will. This is a brand that probably is after Football Manager is the brand that most people associate with Warchild. We've been running a sale with some deep integrations, but also just up Steam sales for about 7 or 8 years now. And this is actually live today. So the screenshot on the left I took on Wednesday night. You can see, and I'm just going to leave this up for a moment. You can see right in the bottom in the middle, that's actually the homepage of Steam. Steam, we have a very good relationship with Steam. We've worked with them for many years, and they really like to promote the sale. The significance of this is that as a developer that has got a game, it may be through its launch window. You may have spent all your marketing budget. It might be in its long tail, by partnering in one of our sales, it gives you a chance to get involved with a daily deal. It gives you a chance to get on the front page. You won't be the only game. This is the sale that's actually live right now until tomorrow night. We've been really blessed this year. We have about 100 games in the sale, but for 24 hours, it was daily deal, and we had an absolutely crazy amount of traffic for the first 24 hours. Anecdotally, we often get feedback from indies especially that even with a significant rev share to War Child for that sale week, they might still significantly outperform the sales that they would get in a week, even on the net. So even let's say we do a 50-50 rev share on the sale, because of the volume that we're going to drive through Daily Deal and through all of the marketing that we do, you may still earn 2, 3, or 6 times what you may have earned in that week if you hadn't been in the sale. So it's a slightly technical point, one I'm happy to talk about later on, but I'm really proud of that statistic because it means that we can give some value back to you. We're very happy for you to support us, but we're equally happy for you guys to get some kind of win out of this too. We were particularly blessed. It coincided with the Football Manager launch, so we were really all over the front page, as you can see. We do a lot of marketing around all of our sales. We have a good social media team. Within a few hours of launching the sale, we had 8,000 views. That's now up to about 20. That was just for one tweet. We do a whole range. We have a whole social media team that will push all of our activations really hard. I've missed a slide, but yeah, live streams and events. So this is a streaming event that we did a couple of weeks ago. We had some fantastic creators, some favorites of mine like Geeky Cassie there, who came together. We did a 7-hour live broadcast. It was a hell of a day, playing all different Switch games to raise money for War Child. So we organize, streamathons, and we organize big streaming events. If that's something that suits the kind of games that you're making, it's something that we can talk about getting you guys involved with as well. So super quick checklist while I quickly finish. Any way that you want to work with us, we're happy to have a conversation. So you could join a Steam sale, you could create a game or a DLC, you could get involved with live streaming, you can promote us, you can donate a percentage, you can sponsor. If maybe you've got some marketing budget from a launch, we can get you reach, we can get you eyeballs, we can do CSR work. And if you want to just make a donation, we're happy to take your money as well. So thank you for listening. And yeah, please find out more from me if you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, David. I believe we will have a QR code up for the raffle now, or very shortly. In the meantime, just want to say another big thank you to Wigan and 4J Studios for sponsoring us tonight. Yeah, thanks for all your support. It makes these events possible. Please donate to the raffle. I believe there'll be a draw tonight, or possibly getting a shake hand, either tonight or tomorrow. So yeah, please do that. Also, food for those who have pre-booked a ticket with it is now ready. So for those who have in this break, go grab some food. Right, we will see you guys in about half an hour. transition into block 3 of the general talks. So first up, we have Killian Farrell. He is a developer at PT Turf. Please welcome to the stage.
Hello. So yeah, my presentation today is how we got millions of views promoting our game, The Engineer, on TikTok. I'm going to skip the first slide because there's a lot of content and hopefully a video will play. So just for context, The Engineer is a physics building game. It's completely gridless, completely in 3D, and it has platforming elements to it. People have been describing it as human fall flat meets Polybridge only in 3D, and it's quite a flattering comparison, but it's a good starting point to describe the game. There are a few fundamental differences where physics plays a massive part in the game. The entire game is driven by physics, including all of the building. It's completely gridless and physics driven, as well as the character who actually uses 0 animations whatsoever, so he's completely physics driven. The whole game is a kind of a sandboxy type of game and is kind of created to have that sandbox element where you can kind of create infinite stuff in infinite different ways. And we actually have a sandbox mode as well. I can officially announce as of today that after 3 years of development, the game is going to launch next month on the 18th of December. So that was a big step for us. For context as well, just because obviously this is a kind of a marketing slide, I'll just give you some numbers. So at the moment, we've got 60,000 wish lists on Steam. We've got 4,600 followers. We follow the rule that every game seems to follow, which is between 10 and 20 followers or wish lists per follower. So if you're interested to guess how many wish lists a game has, that's a good rule of thumb. With regards to the numbers on TikTok, again, this is talking about TikTok, so it's good to show that we have some numbers there. So at the moment, we started TikTok about 18 months ago. We've got 136,000 followers, 26 million views, and 2.3 million likes. We had a good period over the summer where we actively tried to get as many views effectively as marketing as we can over a period of time. And I think we got about 9.5 million views over 2 months in about 8 or 9 different videos. And they were kind of spread out in terms of they all did quite well, which was a big thing. We did well on Reddit as well, but that's a conversation for another day. In terms of a bit of context of the team, just so you can understand how big an operation it is. So we've been in development for 3 years, and there's just 2 of us. That's me on the left, and that's Neil McKenzie on the right. We're actually civil engineers. We're not game developers, and we work for the last 3 years. We've been working full time as civil engineers, and this is completely a hobby and a passion project for the 2 of us. The last couple of months, we've transitioned to a 3-day working week, so we've had a little bit more time to work on The Engineer. But ultimately, it's a fully independent passion project, which has kind of snowballed into this awesome project. I'll give some caveats and assumptions to all the tips and tricks about TikTok. It's a bit of a get out of jail free card. If you follow them and it doesn't work, then one of the assumptions was that it's not necessarily going to work for everyone. In terms of the TikTok algorithm, no one really knows how it works. If someone says that, they might be a little bit misleading. I think ultimately what I'm presenting today is just my experiences and as a user and as a creator using TikTok. So take it with a grain of salt. Not everyone's going to have the same experience. There's no real right way or wrong way to post successful content on TikTok. There's a few GDC talks talking about TikTok and marketing for games, and some of them give completely different advice that I give. So again, there's no specific way that's kind of right or wrong. What I will say is that even if people look at my TikTok account, it kind of looks like I've just thrown together some footage and put a voiceover, and the videos have done well, but they actually take quite a lot of time. There's a lot of editing involved and meticulous recording, etc. So it does take time and effort, but obviously it's worked well for us. I would say that one of the caveats or assumptions, I think that TikTok doesn't really care who you are. I think all content and all games probably have the same potential to go viral. It doesn't actually matter how many followers you have. If anything, the more followers you have, it might actually start getting more difficult. But ultimately, I think every content can technically go viral. Some games will find it easier than others just based on the genre, but depending on how you do it, there's technically any content could go viral. Doing bad or well on TikTok doesn't mean that your game is going to sell badly or well. I know one developer in particular who has sold hundreds of thousands of copies who can't seem to get off the ground on TikTok. And similarly, I've seen some others that have like 8 or 900,000 followers, and then they kind of struggle at launch. So in terms of the tips, this is the bulk of the presentation, just kind of a speed fire, all these different tips. I would say that if you are planning on advertising or marketing on TikTok, just to try and plan them, making a schedule, but also just understanding that different content will have a different purpose. We do game development, like here's how we did this within the Unreal Engine, etc. But we also do like gameplay videos, announcement, community information, memes, jokes, etc. But you need to have an expectation that not necessarily every piece of content is going to do well. If you post something around the community, or we're launching a Discord or a demo or something like that, TikTok just will not boost it, and it just won't get that many views. And that's fine, because it means that your core audience who are really into the content or into your game, they will see the message. So as I've seen the last 2 months here, we've had every line is another post, and you can see some of them are small, some of them are big, and that's fine. Not every post needs to be a hit. The most important tip I would say is that on TikTok, interesting content is key. The type of content that trends on TikTok is stuff that's really interesting, or it's relatable and funny, or it's just straight up funny, kind of regardless of the context. If it's educational in a fun way, when you're showing a kind of game development thing, here's how this works in Unreal, then that also kind of tends to do well. If you encourage watching, that's also a good kind of strategy. So if you start the video off asking a question, and then they have to they're more interested to see what happens throughout, that's definitely key. So interesting content is often rewarded, and it's kind of key to do well on TikTok. And interesting content straight from the start. So the first 2 seconds of any TikTok is basically the most important, the most important time of that video. You really need to get straight to the action with minimal or no build up if possible, obviously without being too abrasive or annoying and jumping straight into it. So the one on the left is one of our TikToks that didn't do great. You can see that within the first 2 or 3 seconds, we had lost over 50% of the viewers, whereas on one of our better ones, even though you will still see like 20% gone within the first couple of seconds, you can see that it kind of tails off. So keeping the content interesting straight from the start. If you've got like a build up within that takes a couple of seconds, the TikTok community, they're just brutal. They'll just scroll away if it's not interesting straight away. Similarly, outros need to end snappy. Like, so the second that you're finished your message, your joke, your whatever the theme of the video is, once you're done, just end the video. If you've got like an outro, obviously a call to action is usually good, but if once you start talking about like your call to action, like, if you want to follow it, people will just swipe away instantly. So we do, in some of our videos, we do include a call to action, but as you can see on the left there, the second you can see exactly where my call to action was in that video, because people just instantly swiped away. So you probably will get a better return on a wish list per view, but you're probably hurting your chances of actually going viral or getting kind of lots of views. Good editing is key. Again, it might look like we just throw these videos together, but everything is timed to the beat of the music. Transitions are meticulously done. We do audio, we do video. My workflow is Adobe Premiere, upload it to Google Drive, download it on my phone, and upload to TikTok. I don't recommend editing on TikTok. It's a bit of a nightmare, especially if you've got fat fingers like me. But yeah, editing a good video, it does take time. Oh yeah, a voiceover. So we initially, we were using one of our voiceover artists for the game, and we started using it in TikTok, and it was doing well. Ends up it gets expensive when they're charging you £10 for every 25 words. So invest in getting a good or decent-ish mic, and don't be afraid to use your own voice and personalize your videos, because that definitely does help. But if you are doing that, I would recommend getting a good microphone. So what's trending? So it is good to look at what other content is trending and see what's working, and not just looking at big TikTok accounts, just maybe smaller TikTok accounts that have popular videos, and you definitely will notice trends. Hopping on every trend that happens on TikTok is not really useful in my experience, because chances are if you're seeing the trend, you've probably already missed the boat. Hashtags, I'm not quite sure how important they are. I find videos that are recommended to me that have no hashtags. So TikTok seems to find a way. I recommend trying a vertical video, even if your game doesn't support it. Basically, you can record, just flip your monitor around, record in vertical mode, and it means you can get rid of the black bars on the top and bottom of your screen. So that's definitely a nice trick to try. Split screen is also a good tactic, where you can if your game supports it. Basically, if you've got two things that you can show at the same time, like a time lapse, it encourages people to watch the videos over and over again because they want to see what happened on the top and what happened on the bottom. Recycling content. So if you've got a video that you think should have done better, we've done it before where we've privated our old video and then we've reposted it effectively. The video on the left got 140,000 views in like 2 hours, and then it just flatlined, and we don't know why. So we reposted it a few weeks later with a few tweaks, and then it got 3.5 million views. So I would say if that happens, don't just keep reposting the same video or reposting the same type of video, because basically people will just get bored of your content. We stick to 30 to 40 seconds for videos. Shorter videos tend to do better quickly, but basically they kind of die down. TikTok is promoting longer videos now, so it's worthwhile trying that out. Second last point, accessibility. If you, in Adobe Premiere, you can transcribe your video and create captions. I think that's quite a good one because quite a lot of people actually watch it with no sound. So at least if you have captions or subtitles, people can still follow. If all else fails, just take the mick out of some architects, because apparently everyone seems to love that. And our most popular videos are just basically saying engineers are awesome and architects are horrible. So if all else fails, you can try that. You'd be surprised it might work. And that's my 10 minutes are up. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Killian. That was really, really good to see. Always good to, I've seen some of the videos on TikTok. Has definitely made me laugh. Cool. Next up, we have Rachel McPherson. She's hot off her win from the Rising Star Award at the Scottish Games Week. Rachel is a PR manager for Neon Hive, and she's going to talk to us today about indie games. Please welcome Rachel to the stage.
Hiya. Oh, that's a bit high. I can't seem to quite avoid the fact that everyone keeps bringing up that award when I'm like, don't want to talk about it really. So I'm going to apologize in advance for the amount of terrible jokes that are in this talk. But hi, I'm Rachel McPherson. I'm here to talk to you about pitching indie video games to the press and some of the challenges I've seen over the last couple of years. I'm the PR manager for Neon Hive. For those of you who haven't heard of Neon Hive, we're a remote boutique PR and marketing agency who has worked with the likes of Bethel, Revolution, Modern Wolf, etc. So I've been in the games industry for almost 3 years now. Prior to that, I spent about 4.5 years, my formative teenage years, working for a national newspaper, which is a fantastic experience. I got serenaded by Busted for one. I managed a music section for 2.5 years, and I once wrote 10 Outlander articles in one day, which, let me tell you, is a fantastic lesson in how SEO works. For those of you who don't know what Outlander is, well, let's just say that wasn't exactly a hardship. So I have completely forgotten all of the notes off the top of my head. So basically, I've spent the last year speaking to a bunch of industry experts about the changes within the industry and how that impacts on the job we have been doing. So when I first started out as a journalist, what I discovered was the way in which things were rapidly changing on the news desk. So by the time I left in 2020, the biggest drive towards publishing articles was more focused on how well your content was performing on Google or how high it was showing up on Google search engines. And unfortunately, that's a bigger reality we're seeing across all journalism disciplines. So here are some industry experts I have spoken to over the last 6 months about how this is now impacting on the way in which they do their jobs. So Aaron Potter has written for online and print magazines, including Wireframe. Lauren Bergen is the news editor at PC Games N, and Marie Delisandre is the deputy editor at Games Industry Biz. So I've been chatting to these guys about how these changes affect the work I do, the work that they do, and how ultimately this then impacts on how indie video games can then be pitched to press. Because unfortunately, the biggest reality we're finding at the moment is that it is a heck of an uphill battle to get your indie video game noticed by press. So what does this mean at the minute? So unfortunately, what we're seeing, there's a lot of unfortunately's in this talk. What we're seeing is that the games media landscape is in the midst of a brutal paradoxical contraction. We are seeing great success and a lot of factors. For example, Last of Us TV show earlier this year, the announcement about the Zelda live action film last week. But unfortunately, that is against the background of mass cuts within the gaming press and within the games media itself. Axios said in their newsletter last month that I think nearly 6,000 jobs have been cut across the games industry just in 2023 alone, which is quite a stark number. So what do you do when you're in this position of the games media and the future of the games press being under question, and you're a small indie video game trying to pitch your game against AAAs and increasing agendas that are shifting towards focusing on the kind of stories that will drive better traffic? Well, there's a couple of things I would recommend. Marie says that the immediacy of web does mean that there's less time to deliver ideas in meaningful and novel ways sometimes, which, coupled with the fact that there are more and more games, means it's difficult to find space for in-depth coverage of a lot of titles. This against the fact that most outlets are now operating with small teams these days, and so generally have limited times to cover indies over the bigger titles that either drive site traffic or already have a great track record and are being targeted. Sounds pretty bleak. It doesn't mean it's impossible, though. Lauren says that the SEO world can be a beast to navigate, but if you know how to play it, you can pretty much sell anything without being clickbait or boring. Unfortunately, it means that a lot of the time when we're pitching games, we're trying to approach things in a different manner from the way we were previously. So a lot of the ways in which we would have classically pitched games to the press, while they still remain relevant, or maybe not as relevant amongst the changes within the media landscape as it is. So what do you do? There's two distinct things I'd recommend. Keywords and comparisons. So I didn't just mention that Outlander thing earlier because I like to talk about Sam Hewitt. I mentioned it because it's a fantastic example in how SEO and keywords can help your articles perform online. Those Outlander articles I wrote, all those many years ago, performed well because they had fantastic keywords that made those articles more searchable on Google, and made things appear much higher on search engine optimization. Making sure when you're pitching and thinking about what your game has that makes it more SEO friendly, particularly when you're pitching to the press, will allow it to be more attractive to them when they're thinking about how that might then draw in traffic to their own website. For example, a project we worked on last year with Modern Wolf was the early access launch of Zero Cyber. When we were pitching it, we actively compared it to Escape from Tarkov. It is quite a lot like Escape from Tarkov. And that resonated particularly well with the press. In fact, I think NME used it in their headline for the launch of the game. Thinking about what attributes you have and what you can compare your game to does make it more relatable to press and helps them understand the ways in which they can then angle it to their audience in a way that now fits this shifting news agenda. From a marketing perspective, we don't usually recommend comparing products to other products, but it can be beneficial when you're chatting to press if you want to try and get something across quite quickly, and also to show the kind of benefit it might have in performance as well. This can be further boosted by searchable events like summer showcases or Steam events. People Googling these things might see your game included in these sort of roundup articles. They're more easily findable because they might have big AAAs included, new demos that are trending particularly well, stuff like that. It's hard because to an extent, you want to stand out from the crowd. You want to show that you're doing something really different. However, in terms of audience education and trying to make what you're giving to the press attractive to them as well, showing them the ways in which your game can perform online because it's being compared to something else that has a good track record of comparing online can work. A good example is that we worked on the launch for an indie game called Doomsday Paradise last week. We pitched it to PC Games N. They picked it up. Their headline was, "If Slay the Spire was a dating sim." Lots of people know instantly what Slay the Spire is. They understand the vibe of the game from the get-go. And that article, I think, was one of their top performing articles across the weekend because it brought a lot of people in just from that SEO advantage. Sounds a bit daft saying this, but the other approach we're finding is just having a bit of empathy. We're all human beings and we all have huge, busy workloads at the end of the day. So trying to give press as much time as they can with your game and understanding that at the moment during the busier times, the AAA seasons, which seems like all of the time at the moment within the industry, and just giving them the time to have a look at what it is you're pitching, trying not to push too hard, but also following up where you can, means that, you know, they have a much better rate of writing something great, but they also have a much better chance of understanding what it is you're trying to pitch them as well, rather than trying to rush it or trying to contact them in busy times where it'll be harder for them to get back to you about stuff. Aaron says that you should also try and give press and players at least one thing they won't be able to get out of their head after seeing it once. So whether that's an amazing GIF, it's a fantastic bit of key art, a fantastic trailer, these things are also really important. Essentially, at the end of the day, you want to try and give them everything they possibly can to write the article as quickly as they can and as much time to kind of understand what it is you're giving them. It's also important to remember to look at the whole picture. Remembering that engaging with your community and your, I've gotten totally distracted by that GIF. Remember to engage with your community, the people that really enjoy and love your game. This game is Doomsday Paradise, which I mentioned earlier. Our community team has been working on TikTok for it for the last year, and it became a bit of a horny dating sim sensation overnight, which was then in turn a fantastic pitch for me to talk to press about. And it's those kind of angles, looking at the smaller creators, the smaller outlets you maybe wouldn't look at as much, and remembering how important they are in terms of when you're pitching and looking at new angles. Ultimately, it's becoming more tricky because video games are now more popular than ever, but the news agenda is shifting towards focusing on games that will deliver consistent traffic and perform well in SEO. At the same time, indie games are growing in popularity, but there seems to be less space for them in the press. From that perspective, what we need to think about is shifting our own agendas to make sure that when we're pitching to press, we're pitching to them with the understanding that their approach to PR and games is different than it has been before, and amongst a constantly shifting, changing landscape that's never looked like this, which is rich coming from me because I've been here for 3 years. Most important thing to remember is that trial and error. Pitch something. If it doesn't work, take a break, come back, try something else. We've pitched Doomsday Paradise several different ways, from D&D to dating sim to horny, and only one of those actually worked. If you have any questions about this, please let me know. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Rachel. I think, yeah, everyone was very distracted by that last GIF. It was good to see. Cool. Next up, we have Brandon Cole. Brandon is an award-nominated social impact leader in the UK games industry, building fair and inclusive pathways into the game sector. Please welcome Brandon to the stage.
Hello, everybody. That was a very professional introduction for a not very professional person. Thank you so much. Just waiting for my slide to come up. They're good to go. 1 second. Okay, no worries. Hello, everybody. Just while we're waiting to get started. Good to go. Hey, suspense is over. I'm going to explain this before I get started. And there's a reason why I picked this title for my presentation. £1,000 is a lot of money for two reasons. The first, because we're in an industry in which we've normalized $68.7 billion as an okay number for when we talk about mergers, as well as, you know, £500 million production budgets. And I think sometimes it helps to kind of bring us down a little bit and think about the significance of £1,000. And for a second one, because of class. And that's mainly what I'm going to talk about today. I don't know how many of you know, but actually the games industry has the third highest socioeconomic barrier of any of the creative industries behind architecture and journalism. That means that essentially you're more likely to be sitting next to somebody who went to a fee-paying school than you are someone whose mum was a nurse or their dad worked in a factory or anything like that. And I'm not saying that so that you can all have a look around and work out which one of your co-workers is a Tory, but because there's something really important here that I want to talk about in the work that we're doing here at Intergames. So for the last year now, we've been doing a bunch of research specifically around the class barrier into the games industry, and that research has been called difficulty level. That's going to be live in a little while from now with a bunch of recommendations and things that we've learned from the near 300 people from low-income backgrounds who talked about their experiences of getting into the games industry, and some really, really interesting work and research that's not really been done before specifically for games. Of that, there's a bunch of things that came out of it, but there's two things that I want to talk about, specifically the main challenges that people faced and what they think the solutions are. The first up, something's happened there. Sorry about that. I'll try and talk around it, but hopefully you can see. So the main challenges that people from low-income backgrounds faced when they were getting into the games industry is lack of work experience, and especially paid work experience. I think there's a lot of assumptions when we're talking about people's access to opportunities, and we talk about just go out networking, just do some training, do some work in your own free time, learn for yourself. We're not thinking about things like people who have financial and caring responsibilities, people for whom university isn't an option, those people who are already working multiple jobs and may not be able to take time off to be able to do free work experience and things like this. So that was a big one that came up. Not knowing that games was an option. If you come from a low-income neighborhood that doesn't have the funding to be able to teach extracurricular activities that show young people how to make games or how games are made, those young people are going to miss out on opportunities to know that games is even a possible career for them. As well as that, I already mentioned accessing to networking and events. Like when I first started out my job in the games industry, I had to borrow money to be able to get the train ticket to be able to come to events like this and be able to talk to people. And that is the reality for a lot of people. And the reason why we don't often talk about it or see it is because it's hidden. People either hide that from their co-workers and their peers, or it's something that's not talked about, because generally, sorry guys, the games industry is really middle class. Next up, access to equipment, being able to make games yourself, to have the technology at school or at home to be able to make games, and as well as that, financial security. We're asking people to do unpaid internships, to work for below a national living wage, and we're really making young families and people from low-income backgrounds struggle. There's some really other interesting things that came out of that, and I don't have time to talk about them, but here's the main things that people talked about when they discussed their struggles of kind of accessing careers in the games industry. As you can see, this is the first kind of thing of, £1,000 is a lot of money, and there's training out there that costs more than that for people. Next up is the solutions. So we asked all of these people what they thought the best things that as an industry we could do, and I guess as a society that we could do to make accessing opportunities in games easier for people. First up, paid work experience, the ability for people who have to go into a workplace and be paid for their time. I understand that there's, very differing sizes of organizations here, but ultimately I think we can all agree that people should be paid for their time, and giving the people the ability to do that massively opens up the class barrier for people who may not be able to have that experience otherwise. Naturally, as well as that, early stage career guidance and planning, the ability for people in the industry to go into a classroom and support a young person or a classroom of young people to find out about, what things I should be studying in school, what I can do in my free time, what things I should be exploring to be able to make sure that I'm preparing myself best for a career in the games industry. And that's happening the least in the most poorest parts of the country. As well as that, naturally, equipment, events, and software bursary. Like a person from a low-income background doesn't have free time to be able to do training. And if they do, they certainly can't afford it. They don't have the money for a train ticket to be able to pay for their own dinner. All of these things are things that we don't often consider when we recommend to a young person, you should really go out and you should be networking. Because for a lot of people, that something like this actually isn't possible without additional support to be able to get to something like this. And finally, naturally, mentorship from industry. And I'm sure that there are tons of you guys out here who are already doing that, both either informally or formally. So the reason that I'm talking about this and going back to the first slide in my talk is £1,000 is a lot of money, not just to the individuals. And obviously I'm trying to illustrate that here, but also you can do a lot with £1,000 as well. We're in an industry, and obviously lots of people have been talking about layoffs, budget cuts. It's something we're hearing a lot. And obviously when these conversations start happening, an organization like ours is ultimately the first thing to go. Funding gets cut from studios, partnerships get cut off and things like that. So we're really in the heart of having these conversations about an industry that's making difficult decisions right now. And that's partly why I wanted to have this talk and to talk to you about these things now, to show you that something like £1,000, yes, it's a lot of money, but you can do much more than probably you guys think that you can with that money. So what can £1,000 really do? And I'm going to show you some real world examples of things that we've done as an organization with £1,000. First up, £898 paid for 15 young people, career seekers and game developers from low-income backgrounds, round-trip train travel and lunch to attend WASD for the day, where they saw a full day of live talks, they got a portfolio review with an industry professional, and got a headshot from a photographer that they can put on their LinkedIn. I can't tell you how much that does for the career prospects of those young people, and just for the confidence of those young people too. £898. Next up, £995 pays sponsors 5 places on our Intergame Sprints training, which is 3 weeks live training delivered by top of their game industry experts like Peter Field from Media Molecule, Anna Hollenrake, if you know any of those names, people working in industry at the top of their game. £995 pays for 5 people from low socioeconomic background to do that training completely for free. £931. This is the actual bill to a major UK studio that took 3 of their staff down for the day with roller banners, merchandise, a load of stuff for people to attend a major games careers festival that we ran in Downham, which is one of the poorest areas of London, where they got to speak to over 500 young people who otherwise would have not got that opportunity before. £931. £679 paid for a full classroom to get resources that meant whether they had a smartphone, a PlayStation, a computer, or nothing at home, had the ability to learn how to make games at home and to learn the fundamentals of game design. An entire classroom full of people came away with these resources plus more so that they could start the next stage of their game making journey. Just £679. £800. This is a bit of a back of a cigarette packet number, so apologies for this one, pays for really 20 to 30% of one of your staff's time to dedicate to outreach activities, CSR, education, building employee resource groups, any of the impactful activity that you do as an organization. And we often work with organizations and game studios who do have that person in studio who does all of that outreach work, who goes and coordinates educational activity. And often that person has another full-time job as well. And I would just say to those organizations, and often do hint that, you know, how long is that person going to keep doing 2 jobs for the price of one? Invest in your people, let them go to, follow the grooves of the things that they're passionate about, and give them the ability to be able to work in the areas that they really care about and support your organization to do the impactful work that you care about too. £800, more or less. And finally, I've cheated with this one. I'm really sorry. £1,152. I'm a little bit over budget, but hey, it's games, right? So £1,152 will pay for 20 hours a week for a full month for a young person at entry level to come into your studio and work as an intern. This has been done. We did this as part of the government-backed Kickstart scheme. We supported over 200 16 to 24-year-olds on universal credit to get their first job in the games industry, working 20 hours a week for national living wage. Almost every single one of those people is still working in the games industry, and over 3/4 of those people are still working in the same studio that hired them. So it just shows that just giving people a chance to get their foot in the door and prove themselves, they're much more, they're so likely to not just stay in the industry, but actually probably keep working for you because you realize that you've got a good one. £1,152. So what's the solution here? I really hope that you guys have seen this and thought, okay, there's maybe more that we could be doing as an organization for actually very little money or very little time from our side. How do we get involved in this? Here's my kind of little mini plug just at the end. We agree. We know that more can be done. We know that we need to do more as an organization to help make that happen. We've got a huge, major, long-term strategy as an organization to work in cities that have a high crossover of young people, the most let down young people in the country, and growing and burgeoning games hubs. We know organizations want to do more, to do a bunch of things like create a national bursary fund that's going to support low-income individuals to be able to get things like equipment and training and travel costs that they need to get to the next step of their journey, as well as build vocational routes into the industry like Kickstart that help 200 plus people get their first job in games. And we'll be doing that in Edinburgh, Glasgow, and Dundee also. Just a final last thought before we go. It doesn't matter whether you're thinking about the new intern that you've just brought in and whether or not they're going to be able to afford to come to the next networking event that you've planned, or whether you're thinking about whether you could better spend £1,000 on supporting a young person from a low-income background to get their first job in games, or a classroom full of people to make their first game. Just remember, when you think about that, £1,000 is a lot of money. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Brandon. Yeah, Intergames is such a fantastic resource. Yeah, for people of all stages, I think, of career in the games industry. Cool. Yes, I just want to say a quick thanks to our sponsors, Johnson and Carmichael and Team Terrible. Also, just a reminder that raffle tickets, please buy some. There will be a raffle on tomorrow and tonight. There we go. Good news. Cool. Yeah, so we will take a short break again and be back in about half an hour. Catch you then. Hi, everyone. Cool. We'll be starting again shortly. But just also want to promote again the raffle. So there will be one drawn tonight, and if you enter tonight, you will also be entered into tomorrow and the next days. So get those tickets bought now. Cool. Yeah. So the first speaker who is up is Gabriel Madaloni. He's been making games since he was a kid and won't be stopping anytime soon. He's the CEO of Mad Studio, and he's going to talk a little bit about game backends. Please welcome to the stage.
Thank you. That's the clicker. Nice. Very good. So, hello everybody. I'm Gabe. This talk is going to be about games backends, so it's going to be a bit more technical. I apologize in advance, but it could be interesting to some of you. So I hope you enjoy it. So first of all, who am I? I'm Gabe, as has been mentioned. I work with Mad Studio. I started my journey into game dev years ago, and during COVID, I transitioned into full stack web development and app development, which has been very interesting and very insightful. Going back to games development, because I learned a lot more about the hidden, forbidden world of backend communications and all that stuff, which is incredibly useful, but not very talked about in academia or in games development, like courses in general. It's always focused about the technicalities of physics engine, graphics rendering, the stuff that you need to know. But it kind of stops there. So today's talk is about backends. So backend is not multiplayer. It's not the same thing. Backends are asynchronous, they're stateless, and they're cheaper, which means that when you go into multiplayer, you usually need to support about concurrently connected players to your server. There's a lot of data going in and out, for very few bytes, hopefully. If it's good for you, if you manage to optimize your multiplayer stack. But in backend development, you get a lot of instead like asynchronous stateless communications, which means I need to get the player data, and this is the reference for it. And you can wait up to 700 years before you get it, but it doesn't matter because as long as it's there, it's going to be returned and your players are going to be happy. And you can have loading states in between and all that jazz. They help you in different areas of game development, more into understanding your players and what they do and how they do it, what they like, what they don't like. You can sell them stuff if you want. You can not sell them stuff if you don't want. And you can do it ethically, which is much better than most companies nowadays. The three pillars of this of this talk are going to be anonymous login and player behavior tracking. There's going to be email connection, which is really good for remarketing, because if somebody likes your game enough to play it and enough to give you their email, chances are they're going to like your next game as much, or maybe even more if you're good at that sort of thing. So you can send them an email saying, hey, by the way, we're making a new one. And also reader boards, which is just three different areas, I guess. You can have so much more, but these are the ones I would like to focus on because they're very easy to set up and running. So I'm going to be doing a bit of a technical deep dive, very short, very small because of course, right? And we're going to be going through Strapi. I'm not affiliated with Strapi, not sponsored by Strapi. It's just a free and open source framework that I absolutely love. So that's why I wanted to share with you guys. It's based on Node.js, which if you guys know about Node.js is JavaScript. I know. Ooh, the devil. It's very good though for quick backend scaffolding. It supports crowd operations, which is your create, read, update, delete. It supports access control layers and so on and so forth. Everything you need from a good solid backend. And okay. Yeah, sorry. It's just I'm really good at Unity. Right, I'm gonna be using Unity for the client from the front end. I just built an API wrapper, which I do sell on the asset store, but it's gonna be free for everybody who attends the talk because I'm not one of those people. I'm just using it to serialize some classes and to do some asynchronous operations on top of the Unity HTTP web API, which is absolute trash. So let's track our players. Let's see how we do it. And let's see how easy it is to set up on Strapi and Unity. We're going to have a quick code fly through. We're going to create a Strapi project, configure the content types, configure the ACL, create custom routes, and integrate the backend within Unity. And all of it in 5 minutes, 58 seconds. So Strapi, what we're going to do is we're going to set up the Strapi project. You're going to do this yourself because I'm not going to go through it. That's the documentation. You'll find it on the slides. We're going to add our access data type, it's just going to have a relationship with our players, which are going to be of type users. This is the stuff that you'll see when you set up a Strapi project. That's the dashboard. Our users are also going to have a relation with the access, which is going to be one-to-many. A user can have multiple access. Well, it's actually many-to-many, so it doesn't matter. You'll see it. And then we're going to add a custom route, and this is all JavaScript. Ooh, look at the forbidden code. So you can see that there's routes on the middle section, and we're going to have a post route /login to log in our players. And it's going to look like that. It's very simple. You just say, oh, I'm looking for a user with this device ID. If you find it, that's great. If you don't find it, we'll create one. And then we're going to track our player here. We're just going to get our new date, which is just today, right? Set the hours to 000 because it's just a day-based tracking. You can do it with hours, but not today. And then we're just going to go like, okay, if you find this player in the accesses for today, that's great. If you don't find it, we'll create a new one so we know they had access, or she, today. And that's as easy as it comes. And then at the end, you return the authentication token in the form of a Java Web Token. Then we're going to configure the ACL, which is our access control layer. We have authenticated user or public users. In our public users, we're just going to set up login to be an accessible route, so that if you post there when your user is not authenticated, we're going to use that to authenticate them and track them. And this is all anonymous, so you don't actually gather any relevant personal data from them. It's just your statistics. It's good to know how many people play your games. And then in Unity, we're just going to configure a couple of classes, one for the login data and the other one for profile. The login data should have less data in it, actually, but it's useful for user registration if you want to do that later on, which we're not doing in this particular talk. But the one that's actually useful is the profile that has like some scores for leaderboard and stuff like that. And finally, this is the login in C# for Unity. The only relevant line, it's indicated by the big orange arrow, and it's just that. You're going to post to the API to /login using the device ID, which is the stuff they get from the body. And that's as easy as it is. You can enjoy the results afterwards and see that you're actually tracking your players in the backend, and that's persistent. That's data that you have access to, which is pretty neat. And this is just a small demo of actually an example that I'm releasing for free, open source, that you can just download and run on your computer with your backend. Could I have a play? Thanks. I'm being told not to touch the computer. So here you have the user logging in. You can get a freebie by inserting their email, and then you get some callback that says, hey, actually, this guy logged in. They give you your email, you want to give them something. There's some leaderboard associated stuff, and you can see that stuff going on with the backend, with the leaderboard that has the scores associated, and the scores tracked and all that jazz. And you also have your user with their email address for remarketing and that kind of stuff, which is incredibly powerful when you think about it. But not many indies know about this because all we've been taught is how to make the game. Well, this is more about, like, if you think about it, it's kind of similar to what playtesting is, where you get a bunch of people to play your game. It's just that you get quantitative data instead of qualitative data, which, sure, you lose a bit on the quality, but you could incredibly scale up on the results to better have access to what your players do and when they do it. Here you see milestones, for example, that are tracked, will be in the example. They are in the example. And the milestones are just events that you fire to the server that say, hey, this player done this thing. It's your achievements in Steam, right? So it'll track what people do, when they do it, how many times they do it in percentage. Well, that's pretty much it. And thank you very much. If you want to reach me, that's my LinkedIn in QR code, and there's other stuff. But most importantly, I'll be here if you want to talk to me. I think I sped up a bit too much because I think I still have a minute left. But hey ho, it's all about efficiency. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for that. It was good to see some forbidden code. Cheers. Cool. Next up is Harry Mitchell. Harry is an experienced digital content creator with a background in press. Now, a content specialist at Radical Forge. Apparently, I've been told it's his birthday today. Happy birthday. So please welcome to the stage, Harry.
I'm going to kill Fergus. Where is he? Hello, everyone. And today I'm going to be talking about content. If you kind of cringe at the word content, how it's been used the past few years, I recommend like getting a drink at the bar for like 10 minutes because it's going to be a rough one. I am a content specialist at Radical Forge, where I do all things video editing, graphic design, anything kind of multimedia to make your game stand out. Today I'm going to be talking about generally the kind of building blocks of how to make cool content and to kind of do it easily for free on an indie and beginner level. But I also see a lot of big companies kind of sometimes missing the mark on something with how fast and strange all these algorithmic platforms are moving. So first of all, I want to get some hard truths out the way. If you're making content, good-looking content only gets you so far. You kind of need a good game or something at least interesting for players to latch onto. I sometimes have compared this to like Agent 47 and the Hitman games, who might knock out a chef disguise. In this scenario, you'd be just working the 9 to 5, where like you'll look the part, but eventually someone will be like, that guy's souffle game is a little bit off. Even if you look the part, it'll kind of fizzle out after some time. Pretty art styles and grabbing visual hooks in content is going to make things a lot easier. These things are generally, so we saw this with Viewfinder recently with this amazing like grabbing GIFs. Some examples here from Shim, a game called XO1, which the folks at Future Great Friends really capitalized on TikTok. If you don't have those, then it's still possible, but is an uphill battle, but totally fine. Also, games coming soon or freshly kind of out and announced will be doing better than games that have been out for a year or so. Normally, players who have this game that might be their new favorite game of all time is also with development stories ongoing, will often do a little bit better. Now, the more depressing stuff's out the way, let's talk about how to do it. So number one, you should be focusing your energy if you're making content. Focus on who are you targeting? Who are the players that are going to be playing your game? And where do they frequent the most? They might be players that are going to be on Reddit more. If it's a very arty game, they might be on Instagram more, where they like more art-based, pretty content. Try and figure out where these platforms are, and then all the platforms where they aren't, just try to ditch them. If you're doing a Twitch stream twice a week that's getting 8 viewers and nobody's watching, if you're trying to get on Pinterest and no one's getting clicking on that, then cut off those weekends, try and focus on the ones where you can really stick your time and energy, and I guarantee you'll have much better results. Now, the nitty-gritty of graphics and videos, most platforms will favor having some image or video or GIF with your text post. And instead of just maybe putting up like the same key art you might put up, having something simple but still original and relevant is really important. But you might not be a graphic designer, or you might not have the ability to do that for every single post. So here's how I think you can do it quite simply and quite easily. Some free options on the right here for how you can maybe do it. There are things like Canva, where you can use like templates or some simple materials to make something and then turn it into your own. There's Photopea, which is like a Photoshop clone that's free and in your browser that I've never really heard about, but I kind of love. Adobe, if you have the money for it, it's pretty industry standard, and they are kind of good programs, though you hate to admit it. And DaVinci Resolve is a great free editing software where if you have some YouTube tutorials and a couple hours of time, you'll be caught up in no time making really cool videos. And Screen to GIF is my personal choice for making GIFs in games. So you might have seen Canva and cringe a little bit because a lot of people say, oh, just use Canva. And you go, oh, but it looks a bit kind of rubbish. It looks a bit too corporate. Like it doesn't look unique enough. And I think there are some ways to fix that and make that easier. Number one, you've got to strip those templates down, make it super simple, get rid of anything you don't need, and then try and add your game into it. Add your screenshots, add your game characters, anything that identifies your thing, and then add a little bit of visual identity. How do you do that? Well, you've got to kind of up your branding game. Treat your game like you would a company brand, and that means having brand colors. That means colors that are specific for your game, relevant. These are hex codes, not just blue and red, but something that is specific. Then you can put those color schemes in all the graphics and videos that you use. If you have a logo, you can use a logo there. On more official things for announcements, you can put a logo in the corner, a watermarker on a video, and all these things will make you look more official, and also will take a boring template, like, for example, this is something I pulled off Canva that's like, looks all right, but it's for clothes, and you take some colors, take a logo, take a game thing, and then suddenly, a heartthrob himself is there. You use some colors from the game, use a logo, and it's not the greatest graphic in the world, no, but it's simple, it's eye-grabbing, and it will look consistent with all your other things. People might go from Steam, you might see it on TikTok, and go, I know that game, I saw that somewhere else. Also, accidentally, if you've done all this, we've also stumbled into being really good at pitching as well. If you use the tools that you use here and use it internally for when you're maybe trying to pitch to a publisher or trying to get funding, or for like a request for a proposal, then using all these tools, like using logos, using a color scheme, with all these kind of graphics and simple methods, you'll make your internal stuff look really sleek and look really real. When I joined and was a kind of a graphic designer and a video editor, I thought all I'd be doing was external stuff. But a lot of the stuff I do is also internal to make all our prototyping stuff look like a real professional, sleek product, which goes a long way at looking really impressive. And if you think about this really early on, about what are my TikTok marketing going to look like? What is my graphics going to look like? What is my game going to be branded as and shown to the public? It makes your pitching easier, makes potential for funding easier. It's easier in the development process to think about when you mid-game development. And also in the lead up to launch, you have a better idea of how things are going to go. So it makes the whole thing a lot easier if you think about it as early as possible. This is a mantra that I kind of tell everyone. Another thing is to show your game more. If you've got like a few pretty screenshots that you have that you're just kind of repeating on loop, try and jump into your game and take as much content as possible, whether that's taking screenshots, whether that's videoing, whether that's maybe getting to grips with whatever engine you're using and try and do some in-engine stuff, like using the camera tool to make something pretty. Once you get more comfortable with that and more comfortable with just jumping in and capturing stuff, the more you have stuff for stuff like explaining your game, whether you want to do something on TikTok to explain a certain thing, it means you have footage to show that instead of just the same kind of thing you might be repeating and people might be getting bored of. And if you don't have that visual hook that we talked about earlier, then you might want to add some narration and some kind of face camera, something to kind of like add a bit of personality so that people can talk to a person and a person who's explaining it rather than a game that their eyes might not grab to. I really think this is the kind of number one mistake I see going on with content, is that people are trying to do everything else except show their game. They're trying to, like vlog in their bedroom, and they're trying to do these weird tactics. And I rarely see like, what is your game? What am I trying to get here? Especially on short form platforms, which I think I have a theory as to why, which I'm going to share with you. It's like a graph, it's got arrows, so it's like a real talk. So by short form, I mean like your TikTok, your YouTube Shorts, and your Instagram Reels. Now, I think there's a problem that's happening here, is that there's normally three things that people should be posting on TikTok if they're doing TikTok. There's inform, which is showing your game. What is it? What's cool about it? Finding isolated parts and telling some stories with that, and not being afraid to repeat that over and over again. It's educating, showing how that game was made, the people in your team, showing people how to do the calls to action, how to take part, how to be a part of the community. And then finally, entertain, which is to kind of follow the trends, do fun stuff, either making people laugh, making people think, whether there's some on-trend discussion point, you might do a video talking about that. Now, I think most people who are starting a TikTok or YouTube Shorts or Instagram Reels will see the successful channels. They'll see, huge channels, and they'll often doing things like this entertain part on the right here. And so they try and copy that. But the issue with that is that if you are doing that, that means you have an existing audience that understand your game, that know your game. And that means if you're entertaining, following trends, that's fun for them. If you're new to people don't know who you are, they don't care about your video, about the latest trends. So at that point, you should be starting over and prioritizing in the inform, showing your game, showing what they are. At that point, you can tell them more about it. Then you can get into the entertain. And finally, related to what I just said, you got to go over your audience crush. You're kicking your feet, you're twirling your hair. You're going like, oh my God, like, what if they don't like me? Like, what if I repost? And what if they're embarrassing? Like, they do not care about you on short form these days. So what you should be doing is post repeats, make mistakes, do terrible content, because the worst case scenario is it gets forgotten about. The best case scenario is that it gets your game seen. The more rules and barriers you put up for yourself in doing this is going to be stopping you from doing cool stuff. Killian's talk about TikTok earlier was a perfect example of this, because if you look at what they did on their TikTok channel, you won't see the entertain, you won't see all the attempt to grab trends, you'll see just great showing off of games. And lastly, working faster with less expectations generally might be a hot take, will not make less creative or low quality work. In fact, I think it's going to only broaden and expand your ability to be creative and have a lot more fun. That's all from me. Those are my socials. That's I think leads to my LinkedIn. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for that. Cool. Next up, we have Omar Khalil. He's got over a decade of designing groundbreaking titles for console, social, and mobile platforms, as well as designing toys for Lego, Hasbro, Mattel, and some of the most known IP in the industry. Please welcome Omar to the stage.
Hello. Just hoping it all loads up. I do need this. Right. How do I get to the first one? Cool. Okay, there you go. Right, I've got my notes here as well, so I'm good to go. So, hello, I'm Omar. I'm the design director and co-founder at Firestoke Games. We're a publisher of joyful indie games for PC and console. I've been in the industry for a while. I think I lose track. I think it's more than a decade now. But in that time, I've worked on various projects, everything from free-to-play to console games. But in the last couple of years, been doing something different, transitioned into publishing. So gone from games design development to finding people who make games and getting them out there. I wear many hats, metaphorically and physically, literally. I look for games, I do biz dev, I network and I connect with people. And then when we find games that are awesome, we bring them in-house, and then I wear a different hat and I become a design consultant. And I support those teams as much as they possibly need supporting. Cool. So next. Yay, it worked. Okay. So this talk is a bit of a weird one because it's a little bit all over the place, because I've just picked up on things that I've discovered making that transition, and they vary. Some are really insightful and others are a little bit shocking. But you know, it's all relevant, and I do want to cover all 7, but I'm terrible with timekeeping, so we'll probably only cover 5 or 6. We'll see how we go for time, and basically I'm playing a game of survival here. So, right, let's go. So first one, publishers say no, but don't explain why. This was the first discovery. I realized that when we first established ourselves as a publisher, a lot of devs that I spoke to told me that when their games got rejected, they were never told why. They would send them out into the abyss. They would never get a response, and it was pretty disheartening. They would go through various phases, various emotions. As you can see here, there's this sense of being abandoned. No one's really there to give them any guidance. They don't know if the game that they've got is cool. They feel dejected. It's very dispiriting. They feel less confident about their game and vision. They can be frustrated because somebody said no but didn't say why. So will they go back to that publisher? Who knows? And then that sense of unwelcomeness. Basically, the indie space is supposed to be super friendly, but they're left with a bitter taste that it's not what it's cracked up to be. So with all that kind of like in hand, I thought maybe we should try and do things a little bit differently. So I suggest that when you get game submissions, you should always spend time kind of reviewing them. And at Firestoke, the reason we do that a lot is because we want developers to come back. If a game's a fit now, it might be in 6 months. It might be a fit in 12 months. If there's talent there, but the game's not great, give them a bit more time. You know, you're not going to take the cake out early of the oven. So yeah, we always want people to come back. This is going to be a bit weird, but a lot of people have said this to me. I'm crazy, but we respond to every single game that gets submitted. I kind of personally write responses to every developer, and they can vary. They can be short and snappy. You know, if we're all about joyful games, sending us a horror game is probably not a good fit. So that's an easy no, and I'll explain why. But then if there are games that are kind of a little bit more middling, then there's a bit more of a nuance to it. and I will spend a bit more time doing that. I'll need more cups of coffee, but I do it. However, as crazy as that sounds, there are efficient ways to do it. And my recommendation to other publishers would be to have a system in place. I like to try and set up templates. And templates are really useful because if you've already got product pillars established in your company, if you've already got qualification criteria, you can actually use that as reference points for when you send these responses to developers. Because it's not coming as an emotional response, it's like, hey, there's some data and facts, and this is why your game isn't a fit, because we've got these criteria. And you can do that in a very simple way. You can set up the templates, like I say, but you can also do the kind of no-brainer approach, which I really like, which is just put them on your bloody website. And we've done that at Firestoke. So we've got all of our criteria listed on one page. We break down our pillars. I've seen other publishers do a great job of it as well. I think I've seen Chucklefish do it. They've even created like a template of a pitch deck, which is like a fake pitch deck, which is fantastic. It just gives indies the perfect structure to work from. I think Paradox have their pillars out there. It's really easy to understand. Yeah, there's other examples out there. So we really encourage that. And if you can do that, great. But then last but not least, if you as a publisher have a game that isn't a fit for you, please send it to us. If you've seen our values and you know what our games are about, then great. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. I can send you games that are not fit for me, not because they're bad games, but they just don't sync up with our values. So yeah, let's try and keep that place super friendly and make the indie space really welcoming. So second thing, pillars are lighthouses. So this was the second discovery, and a real surprising one as well. Some publishers' strategy is to not have a strategy. And what that means is basically they don't really have any product pillars. They're just more reactive to what's out there and just kind of mimic what other publishers have done when they first started, which can probably only get you so far. You'll probably have some successes, but it's a very scattershot approach. At Firestoke, we didn't really sign our first game until we established our pillars. I won't go into our pillars. They're on our website. It took us a long time to get there, but they really help us to guide our benchmarking. They do so many things. I mean, they help us to keep our portfolio consistent. It helps the scouts, myself and Tom, who's a games designer and scout. We know what we're looking for. We're funneled. We have a very solid vision. And we're actually then kind of shaping a brand, essentially, by signing games that fall into a criteria. And then people really easily understand it. Not just like consumers, but other developers out there who are actually keeping an eye on your website and the games that you're publishing. And then I guess the other thing as well is like try and appeal to your core base over time as well, because once you've got that brand, they will start to come to you for quality content. If your first couple of games are very much the kind of thing that they like playing, and then they expect the third one to be like that, they will check, they will come back. So yeah, pillars are super important. Please don't underestimate how important they can be. Number 3, this was a fun slide. So everyone thinks that when scouts go out to these awesome events, they're just going to have a laugh. And, it's just a lot of drinking, a lot of social events. It's true, but it's really hard to find games, even when you've got those pillars established. Just to give you some stats, this was Gamescom in August. So on the left-hand side, where it says 726 games, that's how many I spotted on Meet to Match. From that, I booked 55 meetings and 47 confirmed, some of them didn't. Some of them pitched multiple games. 20 of those, 20 plus, were cool. And then 8 I chased. And then that number dropped down again to a few that we really wanted to chase. So if you look at that, it's kind of like if you were at Gamescom and you pitched to us, you had a 1.1 to 2% success rate of entering our pipeline. Those are scary numbers. But we want to see every one of those games, because if it's not a fit now, it could be a fit later on. The other thing I was also going to say is that when I meet people in person, it's very different to receiving a pitch via email or even chatting to them on Zoom. Because when someone's sitting in front of you, they're pouring their heart and soul into their pitch. You're seeing that passion come through right in front of you. And I love to meet people. I love to hear their games and their concepts. And it leaves a great impression on me, because I'm probably not going to experience that again especially if I meet them at a big event, they're from another country, we sign their game, we probably won't visit them for like 6 months or whenever. So yeah, always try and meet developers face to face. Cool. I'm going to move on to the next one. Right, this is a tricky one. So when you're a scout, you've got to be really comfortable with becoming a harsh critic. That image there from Ratatouille. Oh, great, another Vampire Survivors clone. That is true. I've had way too many of them. Kind of getting sick and tired of it now, but I'm still waiting for the next awesome Vampire Survivors game. But when I've had to first kind of look at this kind of topic, I was like, oh man, I have some fears. I'm going to shatter dreams. I'm going to look at people's pitches, their passion projects, and I'm going to say no. There might be times where I'm wrong. You know, there will be certain genres that I've not really experienced yet. I've not played every single game under the sun. And if I'm wrong, then yeah, that's going to affect my own kind of confidence levels as well. And then thirdly, my feedback might derail them. If it heads them into the wrong direction and they fail, I'm part of that failure and I feel responsible. So these were things that really kind of went through my head, and they still do sometimes when I look at pitches. But what's really reassuring is that indies actually really like feedback, even if it's critical. They're really tough. They're really resilient. They're a different beast compared to people in AAA, because these guys, they're making games without the intention of making millions. They don't think like that. They want to create a passion project. That's how they start. And whatever input or feedback you give them, it's super valued because it will help them make a better experience. But also by critiquing, if you're a scout, it'll help improve your benchmarking as well. The more you do it, the better you get at it, and the more of a language you'll start to build up for critiquing games. It also helps to keep your design and scout skills sharp. I love doing it. I don't love crushing crushing dreams. That's not what I do. But I like to help people. I like to highlight where things have gone wrong and where I think they can improve on them. And then last but not least, it's just fun. I play so many games. I learn so much about different genres. There are games that I've played that I wouldn't have if I wasn't in publishing. And I do it more and more. Number 5. So I am being biased here, but if you're a publisher and you want to hire scouts, don't hire someone who just loves playing games. Hire a games designer. These guys are, firstly, experts in their field. Oh, am I out of time? Oh no! But I did say I'd get to number 5. I can wrap this one up. Right. So I'll do it super quick. They're experts in their field. They know what it takes to make a game. They also speak the same lingo as developers because they've probably already been in development. They know what can potentially go wrong, how much time and effort is required to make something. They prioritize fun. It's the most important thing. And they can be impartial most of the time, but they're always looking for the fun, and they're always trying to raise the standard and quality of games. They're super experienced. They might have worked on games that you are trying to sign, so they already understand the genre. And mentors. If you've got a games designer in-house that's also a scout, you don't need to hire consultants. You've got someone in-house to do that. You don't need to go to UI artists or UX designers. But yeah, I'm going to kind of stop there. I think that's probably a good slide to end on. And I'm going to skip ahead. It was Liam Neeson. It's a shame. That was one of our games. We helped them make it look awesome. And thank you. That's me.
Thanks very much for that. Cool. All right. So just want to have a shout out to our sponsors for tonight, Ninja Kiwi and Blazing Griffin. Thanks again to those guys for helping out make this event possible. Cool. So we'll be having another half an hour break. So if everyone wants to, have a break, have a chat, catch you in a bit. Hi, everyone. Cool, we'll get started in a second. First off, I just want to remind everyone that after this block of talks, the award-winning Wi-Fi Wars is going to be the sort of keynote event thing. So stick around for that. We will be drawing the raffle, and then the Wi-Fi Wars is after that. So stick around. Cool. So first up in this block of talks, we have Matt Scott Slade. He is the co-founder of Glitches, has the intention of making games for good, including the most recent Sequest Heroes, world's first mobile game where anyone can help scientists fight dementia. So please come on up and big round of applause for Matt.
Hello. I did have some notes on my phone, actually. I think, yes. So in this talk, I'm not actually going to introduce myself like halfway through the talk. I'll say who I am and stuff, even though you've already done it. It's not traditional, but it's just how I want to roll. So I'm going to start by introducing a problem. I'm going to start from there to go on and talk about how we build games at Glitches. And then I'll introduce myself, and then I'll talk about this alternative approach that we take. And I think this thing here kind of sums it up. We can't just plant trees and hope everything will be cool. This is a sort of like the thing that sort of landed in my head at the end of this entire process. So a newly planted tree can take as many 20 years to capture the amount of CO2 that carbon offset schemes promise. So, you can't just stick it in the ground and be like, we did it. And there aren't enough trees to offset society's carbon emissions ever. So the whole planet, if you covered the whole thing in trees, you're still not going to solve the problem with trees alone. And this one's cool. Planting trees in the wrong place can actually reduce biodiversity, speeding extinctions and making ecosystems far less resilient. We're doing a great job. So planting trees is pretty meaningless unless we understand why we're doing it and how the ecosystem of biodiversity works. It's not super complicated, but it's a lot more complicated than just shoving seeds in the ground. And biodiversity, when I talk about it, I mean a balanced, healthy ecosystem. Animals, humans, and nature all living in harmony. I just realized I'm using a laptop. I thought we weren't allowed to do that. We are allowed. Someone said earlier on, don't touch the laptop. So all these things living in harmony. And so the fate of our species is inextricably linked to the survival of forests and the biodiversity they contain. Cool. So what do we do? Sounds like a big issue. Because I think a lot of companies they're just doing that, right? That's their whole plan for being kind of carbon neutral, is to just solve it with trees. So my name's Matt. I'm the director of Glitches and founder of Glitches, and we build games for good. And we're sort of well awarded, but I'm going to focus on this journey, which is really, really fun. So why games? Surely you could just do a campaign, a PR campaign. You could do some other thing. But games are amazing at solving problems. And I don't think we sort of give them credit for that because we keep doing this. We only really solve the problem of entertainment. And we've got really, really good at that. So good, in fact, that we sort of smash everything out of the water. But I like to borrow a little bit of that problem-solving energy and focus it towards something else. Still fundamentally building a game, but just using a little bit of that time just to maybe give it to something different. And the impact of the things we've done so far have been massive. Like See Hero Quest, this is ridiculous. I can't believe the journey this game is taking us on, the awards it's got us, but most importantly, the papers that have been published that essentially say that with this data, we could detect dementia up to 10 to 15 years earlier, which is
what I think in the future we'll be able to diagnose dementia by playing a video game. But back to biodiversity. So we're working with a bunch of scientists called Ocular, and they have this really interesting, is this a little laser pointer? Oh, sweet. Okay, we have this, I can do this now. They have this really interesting thing going on where they've got this concession of a forest for 25 years, and their objective is to essentially monitor it. They're not allowed to cut down the trees or kill any animals, and they're trying to work out ways to generate revenue. And they're doing that with these little cameras. It's not working now. There it is. So these cameras, they have as a network across the forest. You can kind of see a little representation of that here. And then just in this tiny little portion here, you can see roughly what that would look like. And what happens is when an animal walks past, it uses AI to detect what animal they just saw and then ping that back to a central database to say, hey, I just saw an elephant at this location, or I just saw a leopard at this location. And they also capture a 2-minute video. So Gabon is amazing as a place because it's over 80% covered in forest. It's 10% larger than the UK, and it only has a population of 2.5 million people versus 67 million here. So a huge proportion of that is, so this is Libreville where most people live. Oh God, I can't, there we go. So this is all just really massively untouched forest. So the biodiversity it contains is incredible. Like there's, elephants roaming around doing their thing, etc. Case in point, this is a picture I took on my phone. Now I did zoom in a little bit because I was quite far away from them because they're scary. Elephants in Gabon specifically are very dangerous because they are crazy territorial. If they see you and you're close enough to threaten them, especially if they've got a little baby, they will come and smash you into a pole. So this is about as close as it's going to get. But they're super interesting. And getting closer to them, you start to feel quite emotionally attached. The idea of seeing their footprints, their little baby footprints in the sand. These are all pictures off my phone. And then also when you're in the forest, discovering pathways. So you see that picture in the middle there. At first glance, you think, damn, that's a dense forest. As you look around yourself, pathways reveal themselves. And then on the right, one of my favorite subjects is poo. So this is like a little mini forest. So between the discarded fruits, the broken stuff, and the bathing areas, you kind of realize that these elephants, they're not that subtle. They're just cruising around, smashing through the forest, leaving huge giant turds that look like forests. But I want to focus on poo. And I'm very proud of myself. This is probably a crowning achievement of my career. On poop, yeah. But the reason is this, is because biodiversity and actually like ecosystems can be boiled down to these very simple kind of loops. And on the left here, if you see that eating of the fruit by an elephant, those elephants have a digestive tract that is specifically relevant to the fruit they eat and the seeds that they digest. So in the digestive tract, those seeds are fermented. So when they poo, that poo creates that perfect nutrient density that just so happens to be the best place for those seeds to germinate and grow the forest. So we don't even need to be planting trees. Why are we doing it? The bloody elephants are doing it for us. And this gives us a bit of a dilemma because it's like, what is our role in this situation? So this is elephant poop on the left. And as I've mentioned, I love poo. This is gorilla poo on the right. And so after a couple of weeks, you'll notice like all the actual like fecal matter has washed away. And what's left is more seeds. So not every animal, but like lots of animals have their own unique version of these kind of loops. And they overlap. Take one thing out, the whole thing breaks. You put the wrong trees, it freaks things out, it doesn't work right. So I went to the forest and designed a game about this. I'm obsessed with the, where is the timer, by the way? Damn. Okay, so I'm obsessed with the role of the observer. And I think this is what our job is, to look, don't touch. The forest is fine without us doing anything. So what do? We observe it. We don't need to cut anything. We don't need to kill anything. And as a game designer, you're like, what does that mean we've got left to do? Because that's what we've been trained to do this whole time. So I want to bring the forest to players' living rooms. And so real footage is a starting point for missions in a game world. And I'm got like a minute to show you this little video. So this is some video footage from the cameras. Play, please, play. From Gabon. And these elephants and animals just living their lives in the forest. Like a fly on the wall, we get to see them. And they don't know what we know, that the natural world is dying in front of their eyes. But I think if we could like educate or bring that world to gamers' living rooms and explain to them how the forest works, then maybe we have a chance of moving the dial on biodiversity and like the collapse of our forests. This is a pangolin, giant pangolin. They're super rare. And we put this camera down with the scientists, and it was amazing to see it just a week later with these incredible animals. And these elephants just solving these problems. It's just cool. Anyway, Gabon's wicked. This is the final look image of the game, Last Eden, that we're working on. And that's it. So it's a bit rusty. It's the first one of the three. Come to Dundee.
Thanks for that, Max. It was just, yeah, so fantastic to see all those clips of the animals. It's just awesome. Cool. Next up, we have Mark Cantwell. He has been in the industry for over 20 years, writing for Games Radar, an official PlayStation magazine. He's worked on Saints Row, Red Faction, and plenty more. Now he's finding new, interesting ways to connect with creators at Fourth Floor. Please give him a warm welcome.
Hey. So two things. Hi, I'm Mark. One, I'm quite an awkward presenter, so you're just going to have to get used to that. Two, how the hell do you follow Mr. Poop? I have been in and around the games industry for about 20 years. I started as an ad salesperson at Future Publishing. I ran Games Radar, computerandvideogames.com. I worked at THQ in the bad years just before they went tits up. And after that, I worked at Network N, so PC Games N, and I'm now at Fourth Floor. The one thing that's been consistent through a career that's that weird and varied is people. It's always been about people, and it's always been about how people feel with the products you make, the content you create, and the marketing you do. And most people, probably people in this room, forget that. Yeah, Simon Sinek, who I read loads, is everything you do in your job, any job in the world, whether you clean toilets or you sweep roads or you make video games or you're a prime minister. Let's not say the prime minister, but it's just, I'm not going there at the moment. But it affects people, and you forget that there's a real person at the end of what you're doing, and at the end of that, it has an impact on a real person. So this is about customers being people too. The evil title is how to crack into their heads on the cheap and find out what they're thinking so you can market your game to them in a better way, but it's still about people. Big research companies are not cheap. I know, because I've had to work with some of them in my career at an agency. They are really good at what they do. And I should point out the guys from Newsway I met at Gamescom, and they're lovely. They're super clever. And they do some great research, but they're not cheap. And they're not really open to many people that we work on. And I've worked in games, or I'm working in games at the moment. I've worked on Alan Wake. I was lucky enough to work on a Power Wash Simulator and on Plate Up, which has been my most favorite game to work on, like, in years. But most of the people I work with can't afford these people. They are crazy expensive. And the other part is that big demographic segments, when you go to these companies and they build you a demographic segment, they can be blunt, right? So you're looking for a male between 45 to 60 who's a gamer, who likes to game with his family, who earns over 40K and has a high tech spend. That one description has both described me and my mum's partner, Alan, who doesn't dress like this. He just went out as Winston from Still Game. Yeah. Now, Alan spends a load of money on tech. His tech is mainly like cinema equipment for the house and like surround sound systems and new cars. He does earn over 40K. He probably doesn't earn as much over 40K as I do. and he games. And he games with our family. He games with my nephew, and he plays BeatStars religiously, yeah, in a very competitive manner. But he doesn't spend any money on video games. He doesn't own a Steam Deck. He doesn't own a Switch. He doesn't own an Xbox. He doesn't own a PlayStation. And all the retro consoles that my wife, if she's hopefully not watching this at the moment, won't realize are tucked in the cupboard in her house somewhere. But demographic companies and those research companies will show you that as the same person, or can do. So get to the point, I've only got 10 minutes, 6 minutes and 51 seconds. This is really good. I never get to present at home anymore, so I don't have to slow down how much I speak for the English people in the room. Sorry if you're English and you're in the room. So what I'm going to talk about here is how can you create research? Does anyone know what MVP versus MVT means? Good, you don't need to. I've also worked as a product owner for a while in my career. MVP is minimum viable product. It's what people that do Agile tell you. You just build this product and you give it to people, and they'll play with it for a bit, and you'll use that user research to work out, what you should do with the product next, which is great. It really takes a long time to build games or any kind of viable product, and you have to build almost the whole product before you give it to them, and they tell you all the things that are wrong with it, in which case you have to undo everything again. MVT is minimum viable test. The minimum viable test is the minimum thing that you need to do to understand if the proposition that you've got is the right one or whether people will buy your product. So we're going to do a little tiny experiment. Let's pretend I'm going to launch a bar. And in my research, I found out a way that if I only sell one kind of alcohol, I don't have to pay any tax on it. Yeah, which means I can either sell you guys alcohol really cheaply, or I can make lots of money and run off to the hills and retire. Yeah. There's also no choice paralysis because you don't have to choose between lots of things. You just have to choose one thing. The choice is have alcohol or don't have alcohol. Yeah. Now, after this slide, I've made a choice as to what alcohol I think I should sell, but I want to make a point here. So I can only sell wine. It doesn't need to be red wine, just in case you don't like red wine, or beer. And the irony in this is I don't drink alcohol. Okay. So put your hands up now if you would be happy to drink in a bar that only sells wine. Okay. Put your hands up now if you'd be happy to drink in a bar that only sells beer. Good. That beautifully illustrates my next point. Before I talk to you, my choice was to sell wine. Because it's cheaper to store, it's easier to pour, you don't have to put out loads of equipment and gas to get it running, less brand equity. No one buys a particular brand of wine. They buy a particular grape, but they don't buy Budweiser or Heineken or any of those other things. Other beers are available. There's an easier upsell. Big bottle of wine, 2 glasses, get the rest of the bottle for free. So there's a good business model there. It goes with most foods. It's more social to share. Most people will share a bottle of wine. I've yet to see any people share a pint of lager. And generally, they would speak that there's a better class of customer. However, if I'd made the decision based on all that information, I would have just launched a business that had gone bankrupt. Because none of you guys want to buy wine, right? You all want to buy beer. Most of the people in this room want to buy beer. So for all the right reasons, I come up with a business that isn't going to make me any money. And all I had to do was ask enough people the question, and they would have said, actually, Mark, you need to think about the beer. Go back and revisit your business plan. Okay? So, meet Joe. And the term nerd is the highest compliment I can pay anyone. I am a nerd. I'm an uber geek. Joe makes me look like a normal human being. He is so nerdy, it's unbelievable. This is Joe's office, and as you can see, I took a photo of his desk the other day. He has loads of games consoles which are sold and ripped apart. He plays multiple machines. He loves building things. His garage is half full of car. If Joe's wife is watching, which she might, I'm really sorry, Joe. He's always making stuff. Right now, he's making a game. Yep. There's always a side hustle going on. His other idea for a game was something to do with diving, but when David Diver came out, that kind of screwed that one for him. He's making a game. He's been making this one for a while, and he made it on Unity, but we thought we're going to launch it together as a side project, just because it's good to have empathy and to know what it feels like to launch a game when you're marketing other people's games and to go through all those pitfalls. So the game is called That Blasted Game. Joe and I had an argument. The argument is, should it be a side scroller or should it be a vertical scroller? Now it's on mobile. My gut was vertical because that's the way it should work. Joe said side. We argued. Thought, right, we're never going to get to the point of this, so we came up with a demographic profile. This is just a rough one. We don't care if they're male or female. We're aiming for people at 35 to 44. They need to be mobile gamers. They need to be Android owners. They need to like playing space-themed games. They need to love puzzle games. Oh, and because we're going to launch our test in the UK, they need to be UK only. And we don't have any money to run any research with YouGov or Newsoo or Solston. Now, we're lucky that the other part of my job is to learn about marketing campaigns and strategies for different companies. So we decided to run it on TikTok, which seems to be what everyone does at the moment. Other social networks are available, and this methodology will work on other social networks. It's just really easy on TikTok. So we created a poll, and said, when we release our game, should we be a side scroller or a vertical scroller? And no one saw it. Well, Alan saw it and voted on it, which proves that people of Alan's age are on TikTok, right? And not just younger people when I'm running out of time. So I'm going to make it really quick. So we boosted it using TikTok ads. Now, the beauty of TikTok ads is this. We hit every single demographic that we wanted to hit. We could push the content out to as many people as we wanted, and we use this methodology in advertising as well. And we could make sure that the people that were responding to this content were only the people that we wanted to see it, and the people that were answering the poll were only the people that we wanted to answer the poll. Okay? Every demographic we said earlier on, UK, space-themed, all that stuff. What happened? It generated over 11,000 views, reached 10,000 people, of which 1,100 were quality views. That tells you a lot about TikTok. 10% of the people that saw the ad were actual people that watched it for more than 6 seconds. That is an eternity on TikTok. Of that, 279 voted, and 24.7% of the quality viewers voted. So that means we hit the right people. Oh yeah, and sorry, big companies, it costs us 30 quid. But you still need to agree on the results of that. And even though Joe was right, I refuse to admit that he's right, and I'm trying to work out how to convince the grumpy developer they're wrong. I love the fact when I typed in grumpy dev, it said grumpy child as well. So what I want to challenge you about today is, what do you know about your customer? What do you think? What are you guessing? What are your mates told you? What do you know? And how might you have run a test to find out what they're thinking so that you can build the right product and not make your mistakes in an expensive way? 0. Bang on. So, thank you very much, guys.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. Cool. Next up, we have Alex Canaris Soteriou. Alex, oh, do you want the intro? That's all right. Do you just want to come up? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Alex founded Polygon Treehouse to focus on non-violent, story-driven games and smashed it out of the park with the enormous breakout success of Roki. He's now got another game in the works, which I believe he'll be talking about tonight. So please give a big round of applause for Alex as he takes the stage.
Hey everyone, I'm Alex and just pressed the wrong button. Am I going? Let's try. There you go. Welcome to my talk. It's called Games First Storycraft, and I'm a bit of a wanderer, so I'll try and stay behind the microphone. Game First Storycraft for indies. First of all, who the hell am I? Been making games professionally since 2002. Yes, I'm quite old. Worked at PlayStation and Guerrilla Games, and I was named one of the BAFTA Breakthrough Thingamabobs. And I'm the co-founder at Polygon Treehouse. Now you may ask, who the hell are Polygon Treehouse? Well, we make art-led narrative games. We've been nominated for BAFTA and the Game Awards. And a couple of years ago, we were relocated from Cambridge, where we founded the company, to Dundee, which we love because I really like mountains. And our debut game was called Roki. It's about Scandinavian folklore. And you play as Tube going into the wilderness to rescue your little brother Lars. It was nominated for a couple of BAFTAs and the Game Awards. We won neither of those things, which I'm still recovering from. But we did win some awards, including some for storytelling. Sorry for that face. And our new game is called Mythwrecked Ambrosia Island. You play as a British backpacker, Alex. And your taking a much needed break from modern life, going across Europe, shipwrecked, marooned on an idyllic Greek island, and you have to make friends with the long lost Greek gods. So back to my talk. So game first, storycraft. It's about considering the story at the inception of the spark of a game. So you might be coming up with different mechanics, different designs you want to try out. And our games are all kind of very narrative focused. So we believe in kind of melding those two things and considering the story right at the start of the project. And the reason for that is so you can evolve it hand in hand with the gameplay. The idea with that is to basically make the gameplay and the narrative feel cohesive and related to each other. So it's not as a disconnect there between your kind of gameplay and your story. And basically to try and avoid it being an afterthought, because it's kind of hard to paste something like that on afterwards and make it feel proper. So here's a quick look at story frequencies and the extremes. So on the left, we have a pure visual novel. So imagine something where basically the only kind of interaction you're really doing is pressing to progress the text. And on the right, we have a pure gameplay game. Think of something like Tetris that doesn't have a story apart from the one you may create your little block friends in your head. So most games will have a mix of those. So you'll have some story-like games where you'll have chunks of gameplay, maybe a cutscene, and you'll have some more story-heavy games. There'll be a whole blend of these things. And I think one of the things that we find particularly interesting is basically taking those two things and pouring them into a big vat of story and gameplay soup. I missed the, imagine a trademark there, so for that phrase. And the idea of this is basically just trying to make it so there's not like, okay, now I'm doing the gameplay bit, now I'm watching a story, but to make them feel really interconnected and part of the same thing. So a seamless and intertwined interactive story. You might ask how you do that. And what we like to do, and it's probably, I missed the disclaimer at the start. Obviously, this is like how we like to work. Everyone has different ways of working. But one of the things we like to do is to seek out story opportunities within the gameplay. And so here's a few examples. So we like to use story charged items. So rather than the items that you'll find in Rurky or in Mythwreck just being, just the thing, they're kind of items that are loaded with emotion for a certain character, or will have a resonance. They'll be part of the story. So imagine if, your favorite childhood toy. Yeah, I'm sure that's not just a piece of plastic to you. It's something that actually has, if I took it and threw it in the bin, you probably hit me. It's something that has an emotional value to you. And I think looking at when an item is not just an item, but it's signifying something else. Did you listen to a certain song on your honeymoon, for example? And it's not just a lump of plastic, it's something that has meaning. And one of my favorite things to do is look at characters as puzzles. So rather than a puzzle being just a door that you open, maybe a character can be a puzzle. So here we have Trollhilda from Rurky, and she is blocking the way through a bridge. So rather than just being a door you open with a key, it's actually about trying to work out what's going on with the character, helping them with their problems. And if you can help them, you can then unlock paths deeper into the forest. But in doing the puzzle, you're learning about the character and their story. And we continue this with Mythwreck as well. So you can see Hermes, Athena, Hades, and Ares. So all our characters are puzzles. It's about working out what makes them tick. So as well as getting through the game and finding a way home, you're also learning about the characters as puzzles. You may have spotted they're not a traditional depiction of the Greek gods. We have deviated ever so slightly. So here's another one, exploration as narrative. So rather than I'm doing the exploring bit, I'm doing the narrative bit. We've got this story sandbox system, we call it. So basically, as you examine things in the game world, you'll unlock new topics, and then you'll be able to, you can also unlock them in conversation, speaking to people. That's a statue. It's not an off color. And then you can speak to people about any of those topics that you find in the game. So it's a kind of way of intrinsically linking the exploration. You're going exploring, you're finding things, and then you're able to unlock paths deeper into the story. Kind of really like low level one is kind of core thematic links. So this is some existing games. So Aiko's game about you rescuing someone and getting out of a castle. The actual minute-by-minute gameplay is you rescuing someone, getting out of the castle. There's lots of interplay with you and the princess. There's lots of you saving her, you both traversing together, lots of cooperation there. And the gameplay really helps you form an emotional bond with the character, which makes the story kind of more meaningful. In Celeste, I almost forgot the name of that one. The characters like overcoming, they're kind of climbing kind of a mountain inside their brain, overcoming personal issues, and in the game you are actually climbing an actual mountain. And similarly in Hellblade, there's a kind of relationship there between someone facing actual demons and someone facing their own demons. So again, even though they're quite low level, there's a link there that makes the story that's being told and the gameplay feel cohesive, kind of have a resonance. So, summary, try and consider your story at inception. Try and involve it hand in the gameplay and see if there's any interesting relationships there. You might find that they both feed into each other. And you might kind of go, oh, this is working really well here. And then, there'll be a ping pong and they can evolve hand in hand. And just try not to leave it as an afterthought. And so I am super swift. I did this last week and I overrun, so I've definitely got some time at the end. But thanks for listening. That's the QR code for our game if you want to check it out on Steam. That's me.
Cool. Thanks very much for that, Alex. Cool. So before we get to the break, just another quick thank you to our sponsors, Pocket Size Hands and No Code. And also, this will be the last chance to grab a raffle ticket for tonight. Also, your tickets for tonight also carry on for tomorrow and the next day as well. So get those got. Cool. So now we're going to have another half an hour break. And after that, we're going to have the Wi-Fi wars people come in. So stick around.
good. Is that a hard sell? Oh, no, it's all right. Please do it. Please. Get your phones out. Turn airplane mode on. That's to stop your 4G stealing you away if you've got it in here. Then turn Wi-Fi back on. Connect to the Wi-Fi network. Wi-Fi Wars. We'll say there's no internet, but don't worry. If you go to wifiwars.co.uk, you'll log into the show. If you're over on the side of where the blue screen bit is, pick blue. If you're nearer us on our side, pick red. And if you're having any problems, come and see us. We're very friendly. Thank you. Right. Yeah, they're doing it. Yeah. Easing in. Sure. Careful.
Yeah, I'll go that way behind you.
Very well.
There's all the wires are next to me.
Yeah. If you do want to go for a wee or go at the bar, you've still got time. But log in first so I know I've got you. But there's still a few minutes left. So please do feel free to urinate, poo, smoke, or buy alcohol or a soft drink. It's 2023. You don't have to drink at these things anymore. It helps, but you don't have to. Good. Thanks, Rob. It just isn't.
Yeah. It's not very full either.
No. That's right. It's getting late, isn't it? Oh, well. You got work in the morning.
Yeah.
I get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. By my count, there's 27 people in here and 15 of them have done it. So if you're one of the 12 that hasn't, oh, go on. Please. Please. I have to explain to my daughter why I'm here. And if no one does it, when I look in her beautiful eyes, I'll feel like a loser. So please log in. Please. I really fucking need this. Please. Thanks. That better? That's all right. Hang on 1 sec. If you go back to the bit where it says take a photo, show us the buttons. There you go. Yeah, click that. Done it? Bosh. Thank you. It's like you doing that. It's very nice. Yeah. Lucy, everyone. I'd have clapped, but not them. Yeah, they are. It'll spread. Like the clap. How many now? I don't know. If you're in the bar, please come back. Come back, please. And once you have, don't sit at the back. You're all at the back. I'm not going to fight you. You please come forwards. It's a friendly. Rob might. He's had a couple and he can't really handle it, but I won't. And I'll keep an eye on the Rob. Please come and have a seat. Get your phones out and follow the instructions on the screen. As soon as you're all in here, we'll do it. Thank you. Yeah, they're coming. They're just, they're having a break, aren't they? Also, they just watched 3 talks. They're having a chat about them, aren't they? I get it. That's a perfectly reasonable. Yes! Yes, this guy. Not the front row. I pick on the 3rd row more, but up to you.
You are technically the front row. So.
Currently. Bit bright. What, the screen or the lights? Everything. It's all too much. All right, sweetheart. Well, whatever you need. Put your sunglasses on, kick back, and we'll all get through it together. Roll up, roll up. Oh. What? So you come to shove it more. Splendid. That's better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, they're all cut. There's a gang. There's a gang that's come back from the bar. Yes. For those who've just come back, welcome. Thank you for sticking this. It's raining outside, so you're better off in here. Get your phones out. Turn airplane mode on. Then Wi-Fi back on. Connect to the Wi-Fi network. Wi-Fi Wars. And then go to the web address. Wi-Fi-wars.co.uk. If you're on my side of the room where the red screen bit is, pick red. If you're over on the side near the bar, pick blue where no one is. It's just you two at the moment, I think. Pick blue. How uneven is it? Oh, it's all right. That's all right. Are we live on the internet now? Are you streaming this? Are you streaming this one? Okay. If you're watching this online, you can't play. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Come to Dundee tomorrow, and then you can play on it then. How many are in here now? What do you reckon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. So thanks to all of you who've logged in already. And I know you're sick of me saying the login instructions, but I must keep saying them. And for those of you who haven't, get your phones out as quick as you can. The sooner you get them out, the sooner we can play and the more games we can get through. Airplane mode on, Wi-Fi on, Wi-Fi network, Wi-Fi Wars, web address, wi-fi-wars.co.uk. What? That's all right. If you're on that side of the room, pick blue. If you're on this side, pick red. Any problems? Come and see us. We'll fix them. Thank you. Why is no one sitting that side? Very odd. That's nearer the bar. I don't know. All right, we're getting there, aren't we? So I'm going to see how many are in the bar. Yeah. I'll have a peek.
Steve, they can play in the bar. Their signal should reach.
What? All right, we're nearly there. You don't have to, but all you lot at the back on the balcony, I've got loads of seats down here. It'll be so much less weird if you come here. Like, I know you're cool. You're on the back seat of the bus. You can talk about us and we can't hear you. We know you're cool now. You've proved you're cool. Can you come down here? It'd be so fucking weird if you're all... No. Well, thank you. You did it. Thank you. All right. Bravo. Well done. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome. Oh, he's making them do it. Then they turn, though. If you tell them they've got to do it, then they resent it. I don't want to make any enemies. Not quite. A few more to log in. We're nearly there. 2 minutes, and then we'll crack on. So last chance, if you haven't already, get your phones out. Turn airplane mode on, then Wi-Fi back on. Connect to the Wi-Fi network. Wi-Fi Wars, and get the web address wi-fi-wars.co.uk. If you're over on that side of the room, away from us, pick blue, please. You are the blue team. If you're on this side, pick red. Last chance. If you're having any problems logging in, come and see me now. I can help you now. I can't help you once it's started. No, that's true. Oh, look at that. Thank you for doing that. Under duress, but you've done it, and I appreciate it. Thank you. I will only pick on the people that are still at the back, I promise. I think it's quite to me over that now. You're quite high underneath me. Lucy. Is there any more on this? Can this go up more? Or is this at the top? Shove that as high as you can for us. Yeah. Wicked. Thank you. All right. Yeah, you can do a bit more then. So, yeah, I don't know. If you've logged in and you're just waiting now and you're sick of me telling you how to log in, can you just wave at me? And, woo! Right. I know it's more of you than that, so it tells me I've grabbed your attention already. If you're still logging in or need a minute, give me a little wave now. So that's you. No, you're that guy, but that guy looks like he knows his way around a smartphone. I think we're all right. Should we get stuck into it? All right, good. We're going to get stuck straight. We normally have an intro, but we're just going to go straight for it. So let's pretend there was something exciting that happened. As I say, welcome to Wi-Fi Wars. Oh, bless you. That could have gone one of two ways, and it went the nice way. Thank you very much. Welcome to Wi-Fi Wars. We'll get stuck straight into our toys. But just so we know how much we need to explain, if you've been to a Wi-Fi Wars before and know what this is, make some sort of noise now. One guy. But he was happy, wasn't he? He was the first to log in. Yeah, incredible. If you've got no idea why that guy's excited, make a noise now. Oh, bless you. Fine. Yeah, we will explain. So Wi-Fi Wars is a live interactive video game and comedy show. Those are the words that describe the thing. Started out life about 10 years ago. Now it's part of another show me and Rob used to do called Go 8-Bit. And what Go 8-Bit was, it was a late night show here in Edinburgh at the Fringe Festival, midnight on a Friday and Saturday night, where we basically figured if we got Nish Kumar and Josh Widdicombe drunk, got them to swear at each other while they played Mario Kart, we could charge drunk Scottish people 10 quid a go to watch it. That is all it was. It went very well. It became a TV show hosted by Dara. It became Dara's Go 8-Bit. I was one of the captains, but more importantly, the very handsome genius over here, little Rob Sedgebeer. Hello, Rob. He invented the technology that got the show commissioned, and you're going to play with Rob's toys for the next half hour or so. The important distinction between this and the other show is Go 8-Bit, you just watch comedians play games. That's rubbish. At Wi-Fi Wars, you all play all the games, and I imagine we're going to see a masterclass based on the audience. We'll find out. The first game you're all going to be playing together, and then this will all make a lot more sense, is a game you've probably heard of. If you have, get excited when I tell you you're now all going to together play Pong. Woo! If you're wooed, you're going to have a lovely time. The rest of you, it might be a long half hour, but let me explain how our version works. In a moment, using his wizard magic, Rob is going to beam two buttons into all of your phones. You're going to get an up arrow and a down arrow. All you've got to do, as the ball moves towards your team's paddle, blue team, red team, press once in the direction you think it needs to go, up or down. If the majority of the people you've sat near are clever people that make good choices, the paddle will whiz into place and hit the ball. If your team are shit, it won't. That is how it works. First team to 5 points wins, but are we going for it? Yeah. All right. As one lovely man knows, but none of the rest of you do, because Rob insists on people recognizing his brilliance, competence. He won't let you play with his toys unless you shout the catchphrase, which is, of course, let's do a gaming. No, it is, and we're going to do it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, well done. Good luck. All right, Reds, if you've got red buttons, press up, because clearly that needs to move up. And once that happens, you'll all see how it works. Blues, I reckon it's up for you as well. And from this point on, oh no, you get a free. Yeah, all right. Well, I feel like I was clear. Yeah. They're all now glaring at me. It's not my fault. It's yours. Press up, Blues. If you press the up button, it will move. There you are. It does work, doesn't it? So what I would advise you to do now, if you're so inclined, if you know where it needs to go, shout at your teammates. The stronger players can help the weaker ones. You don't have buttons, bring your phone here, we'll work it out. Normally we wouldn't, but we're friendly, although you will work in front of the projector, which is going to make this... That's incredible. Oh, you did it so quick that nothing even happened. Can you make sure that's reconnected, please, Rob? This might take a while because you're all gamers. You're actually good at this. We might just play Pong for half an hour at this rate. Can you make it harder for them? I'm going to go with some... Oh, there you are, 2-0. All right, Blues, let's see if you can do better. It's going to be down on that, I think. Yeah, good for you. Let's make it interesting. If it's one-sided, it's a very, very long... No, all right. It's the ones on the margins that are hard, to be fair. If you're ever not sure where the edge is, it's where the white line ends in the middle. So that's your top and bottom. 2-1 now. It started off 2-0 with the Reds. If Blues can get this, it will be 2-all. And as I say, if you do know where it needs to go, shout at your teammates, help the weaker players. You want to win. There are prizes at stake here. You'll see what in a minute. But currently, still, as I speed it up again, because you guys are too good, 3-1. Blues, you need more points, or it's going to be a long half hour. You don't want to lose this one. Jesus Christ. We did this with kids in Chelmsford yesterday, and they were better than you. Come on, Blues. Oh, good Lord. All right, let's see if you can get that one. Or is it all over? Yes, it is. Dreadful. So that's a win for the red team. There you go. All right, good. Boo! Well, you now know what it is. The way the scoring works at Wi-Fi Wars, the winning team get 100 points. The other team get a fraction of that based on their performance. I'm afraid 5-1, Rob, becomes 100, plays 20. But if you're on the blue team and you're regretting who you sat with now, do not be disheartened, because Wi-Fi Wars is not just a team sport. It is an individual sport as well. And so while you were playing Pong, the computer was watching all of you. It gave you all a score out of 100 based on how good you were. And we can look at that now. Ali and Joe M, where are you on the red team? One there. And the guy who's been before, legend. Where's the best blues? CYP and Ewan, where are you two? Yeah, not your fault. Their fault, not your fault. And the stakes are very high tonight, Rob, because whoever is at the top of the scoreboard at the end of the show will get a very special prize for one night only. It is the very best of Roger Whittaker on vinyl. Is the correct noise. So the stakes are high. I'll leave that there so you can keep your eyes on it. Rob, we've got more games. We've also got quizzes. And the first quiz we're going to do is a music quiz. The way the quiz works, I've got 5 questions. They've got 4 possible answers, and you get 20 seconds to pick the right answer. Crucially, the faster you pick, the more points you get. So if you get it right straight away, 20 points for yourself. If you dither and debate for 15 seconds and then get it, you only get 5. So get it right quick. And also, and I'm saying this to the blue team, really, I think, tonight. If you know the answer, tell your teammates so your team do better. Your team could do with a win on this one. With that in mind, Rob, we'll start with an easy music question, which is, what are Taylor Swift fans commonly known as? Is it Swifters, Swifties, Tailies, or Taylors? You're all here to network and make friends, so make friends. Tell your teammates if you know the answer. Blues, for the love of God, tell your teammates. Yeah, don't be that pub quiz dick who tells them the answer with confidence even when they don't know it. 3 seconds left to make your choice before we reveal the answer is, of course, Swifties. Of course it is. I think that silence means you all knew it, so let's confirm 100% of both teams got that one right before we get harder. Yeah, more than half. Very good. All the way, maybe. Oh! That's what I love to see it. Perfect teamwork. Blues continue that on question 2. Reds behind on an older one. Elton John's first UK chart hit. Your song was released in what year? Oh, shit. Was it 1968, 1970, 1972? I don't think there's many people who were here the first time around looking at this. So youthful crowd. But Elton John, I gather, is quite a famous musician. So hopefully you know, was it 68? Musical history, indeed. 2 seconds left, darting about. I can now reveal the correct answer was 1970. That was a room of people groaning. Let's see. Clearly you didn't know that and got it wrong. Oh, shit. Right, hang on, before you move off that. So obviously none of the Reds are abysmal points, but for context, there are 4 options, right? So if the room just guesses, you should get 25%. So both teams did worse than guessing. Well done. Let's see if they can do better than guessing on question 3. We'll do something more modern again. Question 3, which of these is not the title of a Harry Styles album? Is it Fine Line, Harry's House, Harry Styles, or Watermelon Sugar? Not a Harry Styles album. Tricky one, this one. Fine Line, Harry's House, Harry Styles, or Watermelon Sugar. Remember, if you know it, you could be a god in the bar afterwards. All you have to do is tell everyone else what the answer is, Rob. It couldn't be simpler. The answer may surprise you. It is Watermelon Sugar. It was a single, not an album. Let's see if you did better than guessing. The Blues didn't, and the Reds bang on the 1 in 4. So not me. I should have just done a video games quiz, but then it would have been too easy. Question 4, another oldies. Queen's Greatest Hits album spent over 1,000 weeks in the UK album charts. When was it released? Was it 1971, 1976, 1981, and 1986? As they're struggling, Rob, I'll give them a clue. It's 1981. It's a good clue. The answer is 1981. I don't know if they're listening. I don't know if they trust me. But given how bad they've been, I can't do more than tell them the answers. Let's see if that was enough to get you to get it right. Let's check anyway. 100% for each team, obviously, because I said it. 1981. Here we go. Oh, that's better. Bigger points for everybody. Oh, fucking it. Still a third of them going, I don't trust him. All right, fair enough. Well, look, there's only 7 points in it, Blues. Don't throw this away on the final quiz question. Who is the youngest person to headline Reading, Leeds, and Glastonbury? Is it Ariana Grande, Billie Eilish, Lana Del Rey, or Olivia Rodrigo? Youngest person ever to headline all 3, Reading, Leeds, and Glastonbury. Ariana, Billie, Lana, or Olivia. Blues only 7 ahead, so there is a steal here for the Reds if they can work together. Work as a team and you win. Time is up, and I can now reveal it was Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish was the correct answer. 7 points separate you. Blues need this for a win to start closing that Pong deficit. And you know your music. Good, this is better. Oh, is it? That's ridiculous. On 1 point, it's a win for the red team. At least, right, if you're on the blue team, at least you know it's not fixed, because why would you make half of you always hate us, right? So, because it was so close, 100 points for each team, that's a rounding error. What we'll do when that happens, we will recognize your win, so we'll give you more points. There you go. But who was the best at the quiz? We're only blues in there. Right, so, what's that? Coda Cat, where are you, Coda Cat? Tell the rest of them, mate. Tell the rest of them. You could have done so much better, but never mind. Very strong. Lucy and Scottish Colin, the best of the Reds. Overall, getting their hands on that vinyl could be the engineer. Hashtag marketing. Where are you, engineer? 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 You got to be in here. So, are you that? Oh, you're. Oh, so it's me. Well done. You're doing very well. What we got next? I'll drop you set. So over the so Rob created the technology that runs this show about 10 years ago, and over the last 10 years he's added more and more complicated things as we've developed it. So the next one, but they're all button games, aren't they? But we're going to give you more button presses now and aggregate more things in real on a video game, which wasn't actually a video game. It's more of a physical cabinet thing. But if you like hitting animals with hammers, you'll love Whack-A-Mole. A couple do. All right, good. Well, no one ever listens to the rules to this game. Listen to the rules to this game. The idea in our version of Whack-A-Mole, hit the enemy team's moles, right? So if you're on the blue team, if you've got blue buttons, hit the red moles. If you're on the red, hey, yeah, I like that. Like, I can't see. Get out of the way. If you're on the red team, hit the blue moles. You get 2 points for hitting an enemy mole. You lose 2 points if you hit your own mole. Anyone can hit the grey ones, but they're only worth 1. If you can punch a mole in the face 3 times while it's grinning at you, you get 3 lots of points. So don't hang about. And what else? No, that's right. I'll tell them all later on. That's enough for now, I think. Are you ready? We're all in. All right, good. The catchphrase, of course, is "Let's do a gaming," and we all love shouting it. 1, 2, 3. Good luck. Your time starts now. 60 seconds on the clock. Remember, enemy team's moles. Yeah, good. Sometimes the team goes into minuses, but not yet. Over the course of the minute, you will get the same number of moles for each team, so don't worry if it feels like it's too blue or too red. It will level out. Also, the teams are weighted based on the number of active players. So if your team is doing better, it's not because there's more of you. It's that on average per player, you are better. And as is tradition this evening, Rob, the Reds are doing better as we approach the halfway point. Reds over 500 to the Blues, 400 with 33. So if you hold your phone up so you can see the buttons and the screen, it is much easier. That is up to you, but you will get some erroneous taps if you don't. 20 seconds left now. Blues closing the gap a bit, but I think it's looking like 3 for 3 because the Reds are already at nearly 900 to the Blues 7. What are the Blues good at? We'll try something more modern after this, relatively speaking. But with 10 seconds left to go, it is a bit of a kicking for the Blues, I'm afraid. Reds on 1100 now, Blues on 960. 5 seconds left to do something about it, Blues. Remember, you can get multiple punches in. Every single one will count. Can you? Of course you can't. That's 3rd win in a row for the red team. Oh, only 10-point deficit, though, so it's only got 10 worse. But you are 91 points behind after 3. I won't stop until I find something you're good at. Ewan, where are you, Ewan? Very, very strong. Incredible work. Ali as well, only 1 point behind you. Overall, does that change our top 10? We've got Theon? Well, how am I saying that? No, but I want to get it right. How do you say it? You don't even fucking know. All right, well, Theon, you are in the lead, 219. Four-headed Paul Arg, followed by Coda Cat. We'll try a different sort of thing. We're going to keep changing it up until we get you there, Blues. The next game. So for the first 18 months when we did this show, it was all button games. So as most of you probably can work out, Rob puts a web page in your phone when you log in. We show you the bits we need when we do. The next thing you wanted to do was far more complicated. We are now, again, without installing anything, you didn't download an app, we're going to instantaneously beam a video game into all of your phones that you will all play on your phones. It's a game you've heard of. It was new when we first did it. It's old now. It's Flappy Birds, and it looks like this. So you're all going to play Flappy Bird, which you are all familiar with, I'm sure. Very simple game. Tap to flap. Time your flaps to pass between the pairs of pipes, and for every pair of pipes you pass between, you score 1 point for yourself and your team. Most points wins because games. If you die, tap the screen, you get a new bird. 60 seconds, infinite birds. That's all there is to it. It will take a minute to beam out, so I'll wait until Rob tells me. Oh, all right. Well done, Rob. Aren't you clever? Let's do a gaming. 1, 2, 3. Your time starts now. So you're playing on your phone. If at any point you're not getting these, just make sure you are still connected to the Wi-Fi network. Wi-Fi Wars, the web address is wifiwars.co.uk. And yes, Flappy Birds is hard, isn't it? But don't worry, you've got 60 seconds. And what are the Blues good at? What? We're going to need I think we'll have a bonus round after this. We're going to have to break the glass, I think, for the blue team, because after 20 seconds, the Reds are already on 75 to the Blues 40. Liam is your best. Theon now. Cap Guy, Scottish Collins, Cerilo, Ali, Kodacat, Joe M. Pamphs. Is that a Pamphilon reference, or is there another Pamph here? I don't know, but with 25 seconds left, there are 6 Reds on the top 10, and the Reds are the better team. 130 for the Reds, 90 for the Blues. Make sure you're still connected and do a refresh. You will get the game halfway through. If you ever don't get it, just do a refresh. You get sucked in. Basically, if your phone coughed when we sent it to you, you might need to grab it. But it will. Oh, he's done it now. He's got it. Only 8 seconds left, though, so that has knackered you on the scores, I'm afraid. But don't be sad. The Blues were never going to win anyway, because that is the 4th win in a row. Oh, no. For the red team. Christ. We've only seen the room flash red. We have got blue lights, haven't we? But there's been no call to use them yet. Yeah, that's awful. 120, what, 6? Christ. Theon, well done again. Very, very strong. 100 for you. Does that put you up the top? Yeah, it does. 319, 40 clear of Liam, followed by Ali, Kodacat, and Scottish Colin. Right. When a team is as bad as you are, we have a bonus round. And I can never remember how many bonus points is it always at stake. It's always 150, which I've not done the maths. I believe that's enough to get you guys back in the game. Rob, can I see the top 10 again, please? Thank you. So Theon, you're there. I know where you are. Liam, where are you? Liam. Great, Liam. Theon, come on down. You've got a special job because you're the best. Well done. We're going to do a special version of Pointless. I'll stick you over there, Theon. If you can go over in front of your team, please. And Liam, come down here. We're going to do a version of Pointless where we survey you all. And then these guys who are better than you are going to try to work out what you don't like. So, yeah, if you come over here with me, I've got a list of 20 movie genres, and you're all going to vote on your favorite ones. This is the first thing I need. So your options are going to be action, horror, thriller, drama, sci-fi, western, romance, comedy, adventure, crime, fantasy, animation, musical, documentary, historical, mystery, war, martial arts, indie, and comic book. Please pick your 5 favorites on your phones now. You've got 30 seconds. Pick the ones you like the most. If you could only ever watch 5 more movies ever, what sorts would they be? Action, horror, thriller, drama, sci-fi, western, romance, comedy, adventure, crime, fantasy, animation, musical, documentary, historical, mystery, war, martial arts, indie, and comic book. 14 seconds left to make your choices. We will take your first 5. You've got 10 seconds left. And I believe the Blues are behind at the moment, aren't by a smidge. So we're going to let you go first, Theon, to try to give you an advantage for your team. It's not your fault they're doing bad, but hopefully you can drag them up by the bootstraps. So we've got all the data in the system now, and obviously in Pointless, the idea is to find the least popular things. And the way our scoring works, the 2 least popular in this room will get 0 immediately. The 2 most popular will get 100. Everything else gets a fraction within that. So Theon, your job now is to stare at these people and work out what sort of movies they don't like. Blue team, by all means, let Theon know what you believe to be the least popular so they're not left hanging. Blues, what do you think is the least popular movie in this room? God, you're so polite. They're just leaving you to die on your own. Then romance. Oh, God, that's depressing. Really? It's usually one of the most popular. What a sad indictment of this room if romance is the least popular genre. Surely love isn't dead in Edinburgh gaming community, is it? But Theon, you're better than them. We've proved that. You get to pick. You've heard what they've got to say. What do you believe to be the least popular movie with Edinburgh gamers? You can just tell us. It's all right. We'll stick it. Yeah. You go with Western. Oh, that's not bad. They used to be very popular. Western is where is Western? Oh, well done. You got an F. Thank you very much, Rob. So a reminder: if it's one of the top 2, gets 100. That's bad news. If it's one of the 2 least popular, you get 0. That's very good because there are 150 points at stake, Theon, and there's no other way the Blues are going to get that many. So good luck to you, Rob. Westerns, please. Thank you. You're all right. It's not one of the 2 most popular. The question is it one of the least popular in the room? There might be more than 2. It might be a tie with us, but it's not. Does anybody want to own up to liking Westerns? They are at the back. Yeah, 2 of you. All right, fair enough. So 10 points for that, I'm afraid. It wasn't pointless. What that means is good news for you. There is still 2 pointless in there. Reds, your job is to scream what you think is right at them now. God. Look. Screaming. It's lovely. Blues, if you want to shout the wrong one to make his job harder, you can. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, get it. Yeah. Well, it's mischief you could do. Horror, comedy. But you get to choose. We're going musicals. Yeah, they're happy with that M, musical, please. 10 is the score to beat in the first round of 3. Rob, Do these people hate musicals? They're not keen. It's not one of the most popular. 10 is the score to beat to get you in the lead after the first round. Good luck to you. But it's not. Shit. Theon, we come to you again. There are still 2 pointless ones at least in there. Your job, blue team, is to find them. Help your captain. What is next? What is the least popular on that list? Gets harder the more we do. Reg, if you want to shout the wrong ones and make that harder, feel free, but no pressure. But Theon feels like he's already knows. What are you going for, boss? You go for martial arts. Oh, not happy about it. Did you pick martial arts? That's at least one then. All right. But if you were the only one, that might be enough. Well, let's see. Rob? Oh, he does think it's pointless. You're sad that the team picked it. All right, fine. So the Reds think this is a good idea. Do the Blues. Rob, martial arts, please. Good luck, Theon. Yep, we're good. We're going all the way. Maybe. 10 is the best we've done so far. Can we at least do better? No! What don't you like? Yeah, it's because it's a small number of people. Normally we do this with hundreds. Obviously, with a few of you, they will average out at that 10. But it means there's still 2 pointless ones sat in there for you to find. Whoa! You happy with that? War? Okay, all right. We're going straight in, very confident. We're going Q, war, please. And again, just to be clear to the blue team, normally we let you go first so you definitely win this, so that you get some points. You might be going against everything we've learned doing this show for 10 years, but we'll find out in a minute. First, Rob, how popular is war in Edinburgh? It's not one of the most popular. That's good. If it's less than 10, you've got the advantage going into the third round. Good luck to you. But it isn't. What don't you like? I know the codes work. We've done it enough times. I know the code's working. There's obviously that's lovely with the smaller people. Like it'll be like 2 people pick that, 2 people pick that. Yeah, that's great. It makes it harder. I haven't got a clue what you don't like. If they don't find a pointless this time, we go again. Theon, your third choice. Drama? Surely that's a catch-all. I don't even know what I'd recommend because normally war, western, and musical would be a good choice. But I don't know what this room don't like. I have to hurry you, Theon. I have to hurry you. 5 seconds or I'll pick a good one. Drama? You going with drama? Look, Theon's... Romance. Oh, okay. I think... All right. Okay. Genuinely, sometimes 100-pointer around the country. But you all seem so sure that maybe... Rob, is romance dead in Edinburgh? In this room. How depressing. 3, unless neither of them find a pointless, then I'm going again. We're finding a pointless, or we're not going home. Yeah, you're okay. All right, it's good. So 20 apiece at the moment, isn't it? So whatever you do is the bar set for them. We're really hoping for a 0 if we can get it. Does anyone? They're not all 10s. It's the least popular so far, but there are 2 pointless ones in there. If you find a pointless, I'll call it a win for you. If it's not, we get to round 4 because I want to find them and find out what they are. Historical indie. You're going historical, which is O, please, Rob. So we'll get the grid up, please, if we can, Rob. And I think the way that is that the line? Can we get the line? There it is. That's your target. Now, generally speaking, if you get under that, you win. But I've already made the call. If it's not a 0, we go again. I'm having a 4th round because I want to find out what you don't like. But that is your target. If you can get under it, you are in the lead. And if it's pointless, it's a win. Rob, for the game, historical. Okay. I don't know if the speed means anything. I don't know how he programmed it, but 6 is the target, so 5 or less would do it. Do they like historical movies? No! So that is a win for the red team. Theon, you guys can both sit down. That is the first time doing this show in years where we haven't helped the losing team get in the lead with that. That is phenomenal. Can we do the Other bit. Okay, all right, fine. We'll let you know in an email at some point.
That's how it works in pointless, right?
That's no what less points is good. You dickhead. No, you can't. That can't. Oh, you know what? You're going to win anyway. I don't even care. It doesn't matter, does it? Let's play another video. We're going to play 2 more games and then we'll go our separate ways. But this one is an arcade classic. You definitely all know it's a game called Pac-Man, and it looks like this. So swipe controls for Pac-Man on your phones. Swipe up, down, left, and right to tell him where to go. The idea in Pac-Man, of course, is eat the pellets, but more importantly, eat the power pellets. When you do that, the ghosts turn blue, and when the ghosts turn blue, you can eat them, just like in real life. And that's good, because when you eat blue ghosts, you get points. The first one gets you 200, second one gets you another 400, third gets you 800, fourth ghost will get you 1,600 points. We're going to give you infinite lives in 60 seconds. Turn the ghost blue and eat them to win. You've not won anything yet, Blues. Come on, Pac-Man. You've all played Pac-Man. Good luck with all the optimism in the world, Rob. Let's do a gaming. 1, 2, 3. Come on, Blues. Come on. Good luck to you all. If you turn the volume up on your phones, you will get the sound effects as well, which always sounds nice in the room. Makes it really feel like an 80s arcade. And we're just looking for the Blues. I mean, God, all red. Good Lord. Joe M, Ali, L, Beaksy, Paul Arg, Wishlist, the engineer on Steam. Fair enough. I shall. Joe M's there. I think they've got the volume turned down because they're good people. If you turn the volume up, you get sound effects, but they're all busy playing now. Anyway, the red team are on 24,000, the Blues 18. Best player is Jacko at the moment, and Theon, although Ali's just overtaken. Well done, Ali. The banker, Joe M, John Joe McBob, Just Inc, Pamps, all doing very, very well, but collectively the Reds are the stronger team, which means we've never in 10 years done a show where a team didn't win any rounds, ever. Refresh. If you ever don't get it, refresh, you'll get pulled back in. If your phone just did a poo at the moment we sent it, you just need to pull it back in, but it will be there. 50,000 red team, 33 to the Blues. We all know what's going to happen. I'm amazed you're still celebrating when you win, to be honest, but that is a win for the red team. Unprecedentedly bad. I don't know. Well, it's 100 for the Reds. How many for the Blues? 68. Is they? Did you take 150 off of them? Yeah. So he knocked 150 off, and there's still. I mean, Christ. All right. Well, who was good at that? Were there any Blues? Let's celebrate Jacko being good at it. There is a Blue amongst us who is good. Well done, Jacko and Justin. Do we still got Theon up top? Yeah. All right. So even if the Blue team don't win individually, we've got a Blue representing who's going to take them to victory. Well, look. Normally, when we get to the final round of what we. Yeah, fine. All right, so either team could win then, because give them the 150 back and show them what it is. No?
It's the last round, as it always is only
Like it matters, you're going to win. All right, we'll play the final game for 7 points. It's a game called Enigma. You are, Bletchley Park. World War II. So is that a tie then? No, that'll let them win with it. All right, fine. So we're going to put a secret code up on the screen. It's a series of numbers. When they vanish, you get 10 seconds to type them into the keypad on your phone. If you get it right, you go through to the next round. If you get it wrong, we put your selfie on the screen and laugh at you. And the important thing, Blues particularly about this, it's last person standing. So whichever one person in the room is the best at this game will win all 7 points for their team, which means the Blues... Oh! Stakes. So... Very lucky. So there is everything to play for, Blues. Although if you lose this, you've been mugged. Let's face it. But nevertheless, for the final time tonight, but not forever, Rob, let's do a gaming. 1, 2, 3. Good luck to you all. So one final piece of advice. There is no enter key on your phone. Don't look for it. It's not there. If you've typed the number and it's displayed, you've done it. Just relax. If you get it wrong, though, there is a C to clear, and you can type it again. But don't hang about, because you only get 10 seconds. I'll say the first number. Oh, yeah, get to know the keypad. Get familiar with it. It is very wise. Wise words. Pay attention to your phones as well. The first number, Rob, is... Oh, that's so easy. 0030. I'll even say it. A lot of repetition in that. I'll be amazed if anybody doesn't get that. 0030. It was. Rob's bank gave him a PIN number today that was 7777. He changed it, so it's fine, but ridiculous. Could anybody not manage that? No, of course you could. Well done. So we know you can all type 4 numbers when 3 of them are the same. Let's make it harder with a 5-digit number now, Rob, and see if we can lose anyone. I'm not saying that one. No, you can read it yourselves. You all managed 4 when there were loads of zeros in it, but can you manage 5? We'll give you 8 more seconds. I remember this is last person standing, so whichever one of you is the best at this will win the show for your team, and potentially that lovely vinyl. Rob, did you list anyone on that one? Oh, where's John Joe McBob? Where are you? Oh yeah, if you didn't give us a selfie, get one of Rob's cats. That's why that's happened. Oh, it was just you. It's so much worse when it's one. You are the only person that couldn't do that. Oh, all right, 5. We'll give you another 5-digit number. Fine. What have you got? All right, there. It is a bit harder though because you've now got an invisible keypad. We told you to pay attention, and hopefully you were. So is it top to bottom, left to right, right to left? I don't know. I never play it. Hopefully you were paying attention like we asked you to. If you're not, you're knackered. 2 seconds left. That is the noise that always happens then. And we will now say goodbye to CYP, Tim G. That makes more sense. Pango's also gone, as has the banker for the Reds. El Beaksy drops out for the Reds. Sorry, Beaksy. And Wishlist, the engineer on Steam. We will. F-Bomb's also gone. Commiserations. So is Pamf S. Any more for any more? Yeah, Ali. Lots of Reds going, actually. It's good news for the Blues. Cat Guy goes for the Reds as well. Sorry, Cat Guy. Paul also drops. Is anybody left? Anybody? Mork's gone. Oh no, Mork. Commiserations. But everybody else remains. What percentage of each team is that? 3/4 of the Blues. 40% of the Reds. 12 Blues. 12 Blues, 6 Reds. We go again. We'll put the numbers back on the keypad. Another 5-digit number if you're still in. Also help the people around you if you're still in. Get the help of the people around you. It's a shuffle keypad now, though, so be careful. The 2's where the 6 was. 4's where the 9 was. Different on every phone as well. Doesn't make it any easier. But help the people you're near. This is for your team's victory. Time's up, and I can now reveal we have lost. The engineer, hashtag marketing. That game was big in this room today, isn't it? Mr. H goes to the Blues. We lost the Blue. And Theo, we're about to lose more Blues now because there's more of them left, but still quite a lot. All right, 10 Blues, 5 Reds. Yeah, I think so. If you're still in and you're able to, can you stand up until you go out now, please? I want to see where our final players are. We should have 10 Blues. I've got 5 Reds. If you're still in, get up so I can see where you are. Yeah, good. Make sure you can see the screen. And our advice on this is pay attention. I know that sounds obvious, but please pay attention. I said it, didn't I? Pay attention. Ready? 5-digit number. There it is, and get it in as soon as you can. The sooner it's in, the sooner you're done. The important distinction that you need to remember, though, is that you have to enter the number backwards. Because it said backwards in massive letters on the screen. I told you to pay attention like 4 times, didn't I? Who wasn't paying attention? You weren't. Jams has gone. We knew you'd gone. Who else got caught out? What's a Casaurus? 2 Blues, but 8 Blues, 4 Reds, 5 Reds. So the gap is closing. Blues. We're going to do 6 digits forwards, no tricks now. All the way around, we're cycling back around. Now there's your number. That's quite nice. 220090. 220090 is not the number. I'll add an extra digit. 220090 is wrong. Don't type that. Did that get him? Oh, good. Who did I get? I got Jacko. Sorry, Jacko. You may sit down, get comfy. But everyone else remains. Let's make it harder because we want to get to the bar. Crank it up a notch, Rob. For the final, how many players? 12 players. 7 Blues, 5 Reds. There's the number. And remember, you have to do it backwards when it says backwards on the screen. Didn't say backwards then, but I know it caught people out last time. So if it says backwards, do it backwards. Well, otherwise it'll catch them out when it comes around, won't it? So, did that go? You guys are very good at this. Joe M wasn't there. Sorry, Joe. That was cruel. And Ewan goes for the Blues. Oh, no. Any more for any more? Yes, Justin C. The Blues are going now. Any more? They are. No! Captain, my captain. Liam goes for the Reds. Is anyone left? Scottish Collins not. Oh, boss. Sarah from goal. Gone. 3 Blues. 2 Reds. 3v2. If one of you 3 wins, this whole thing was a complete sham. Good luck. I hope you do. What have you got for him, Rob? Well, that's hard, isn't it? 390718739087190. They're all in it. 31097309771. Working as a team. Don't think we all got there, but I think we might still have a red and a blue. Let's see. That was hard, to be fair. Sorello's gone. Sorry, Sorello. Any more for any more? Yeah, Johnny at Sorello Advisory goes. Is that both Reds? Is that all we had? Oh, Christ. Maybe you've all gone as well, though. Coda Cat has gone. Did either of you get it? Oh, you've been so mugged. I'm so sorry. The whole show's a waste of time. We're going to make it impossible for you to decide who gets the glory. Crank it up to 1 million, Rob. Good luck to you. There's your number, guys. 10 seconds start now. What's really sweet about this lot is none of them took a photo of it. It's so, like kids hack this by taking a photo with the screen, and none of you did it. So, Doris, you're on your own, I'm afraid. I know you haven't done it. Of course you haven't done it. Let's confirm you haven't, though, first, because one of you might have got lucky. Abs did not. Sorry, Abs, or ABS, and your man. But what we will do, to give one of you the glory of having won the show for the blue team who did not deserve it, we will go back through every other round of that game and see which one of you two was fastest. You were the best player, and you will win the show for the blue team. That winner, Rob. Drum roll, please. Drum roll. The winner of the show was your mum for the blue team. But what does it do to the scores, Rob? There were 14 points at stake. Was it enough? No, fuck you. Of course the red team won. But well done. What really matters, of course, is which one of you individually won. To find that out, we got the show's top 10. So please put your hands together for your new best friends. At number 10, it's Justin C for the Blues. Coming in at number 9, a new entry, the wonderful Sorello for the Reds. At 8, it is the gorgeous Ellie. And at 7, the incredible Jacko for the Blues. Just missing out on the top 5 at 6 was Joe M. Well done to you. And your top 5 now begins with number 5, Johnny at Sorello Advisory. At 4, it is, of course, Coda Cat in the front row. Well done, Pikachu. And at 3 on the podium, it's Liam Sideways for the Reds. Just missing out on the vinyl is Scottish Colin. But at number 1, come on down, of course it is, it's Stay On. Well done, Theon. Enjoy your vinyl. Congratulations. Of course it was. It's what everyone wants. The very best of Roger Whittaker. There is one final thing for you all now. If you want to, get your phones out, go back into your browsers. We'll give you a few seconds. If you want to, Rob's going to put a form in there in a moment. And then after the show, we will send you a transcript of your scores out of 100 for every game and quiz. You can see exactly how you did compare with your friends afterwards. We'll also put a little certificate on there as a souvenir because we never thought it. I think that's all that we've got left to say. So I believe the show is going to finish, and there's a little moment for you to get a photo of it if you want to see yourself up there. And then we've got the raffle with Scottish Colin in a few moments. For now, though, clap Rob, because he's very clever, and thank you very much for enjoying Wi-Fi War. But don't go anywhere. There will be a raffle after your credits. And again, don't go anywhere. The raffle will be revealed. The winners will be revealed momentarily. By second place, Scottish Colin. Thank you. It definitely was. I like that at the end. That was good. You know, yeah. Head to the back just to get out of the way then. Leave it there and we'll grab it when he's done it, innit? Cool. All right. Do you want that around there? Don't go with the raffle prizes. The raffle prizes.
Okay, we'll just let everyone grab a drink or grab the loo, and then we'll do the raffle in a couple of minutes' time. Was it? Oh, jeez. So what we'll maybe do is I'll read out the prize, hit the yeah. Yeah, I think people have gone to the loo, so we better just give them a minute. I think so, yeah. Still not got it. Okay, so if we just grab a seat, we'll just finish up. I know a bunch of people have had to run for the last bus and everything. If you have disappeared and you're watching this online and you win a prize, you will still get the prize. You don't forfeit it for leaving. But we will just run through some of the prizes. Everyone that's donated, their tickets will also go in the raffle for tomorrow night as well as Glasgow night on Thursday. So if you don't win tonight, you've still got a chance the next couple of nights as well. And if you want to buy more tickets, that's fine. So we'll just do a subset of the prizes today, the ones that we've got a bunch of keys for. So we don't have the projectors broken, something to do with swapping everything around. So we will just read it out, and so that you don't have to trust me, Paula's going to read out the winner, because obviously she's much more trustworthy than me. So it'll all be fine and above board. So let's do the prizes. The first, we're going to do 3 tonight. We're going to do 3 fights in tight spaces. Ooh. So the first one. Here we go.
Mark Byrne. It almost tipped over into anonymous.
See this. The second fights in tight spaces goes to
Mark Cardwell. Somebody Mark.
And the third fights in tight spaces.
Let's see another Mark. Ryan Milne.
Okay, next up we have 9 copies of Bish Bash Bots. So we'll do 3 here. The first one goes to
Daniel Livingston.
second one.
Harry Mitchell.
And the third one goes to
Sarah Gatland.
Next up, we have tonight we'll do 2 copies of Total War 3 Warhammer. So the first one goes to
Alan Yates.
and the second one.
Mark Campbell.
Tomorrow. To them tomorrow. We will do 1 bundle of Focus Entertainment games. There's 4 different games, all on Steam. So just 1 tonight, which is going to go to
Stephen Cool.
And then our final prize for tonight. So we've got 5 keys for Yogscast publisher keys. So this gives you all the Yogscast games. We'll give away 1 of them tonight. So that one goes to
Ryan Milne.
Perfect. Our raffle is done. Congratulations, everyone. If you won any of the physical prizes, Total War, I think, is here. Maybe this we didn't do the. If you won the Total War, give me a shout. We've got them here. Otherwise, thank you very much. I hope we all agree that was above board. Perfect. And really, just to finish off tonight, these are one of those events where it kind of, from start to finish, it's like 6 hours, and I can't believe how long it is, but I also can't believe how short it is. So thank you everyone for coming. I know not everyone could come in person or stay to the end, but if nobody ever came, it wouldn't be worth doing. So thank you for coming along. I need to give, we've had such amazing speakers today, so I think we should have another big hand for all our amazing speakers today. We're up in Dundee tomorrow. If anyone wants to come up tomorrow, consider your ticket valid for tomorrow in Dundee or Glasgow on Thursday as well. The more the merrier. It's just great to see everyone get together. As I said at the start, these aren't viable without sponsorship, so I need to give a massive thank you to all of our sponsors. So that's Pocket Sized Hands, Blazing Griffin, 4G Studios, Johnston Carmichael, Team Terrible, Ninja Kiwi, No Code, Rivet Games, Speech Graphics, Wigan, and I suppose I should thank Glasgow City Council because they're helping somehow. So big thank you to all our sponsors. There's quite a bit of work and stress involved in this, but no one has felt it more today than I think Lucy up in engineering. So massive thank you to Lucy. I think oh no, we do have our volunteers here, don't we? Yeah, our volunteers, Spandon and Justin, please give them a big thank you for checking you in on the door. I can't, of course, forget my wife, who also helped check us in on the door, so thank you to my wife. Thank you. And then, of course, our compere tonight was absolutely magnificent. Thank you so much for doing that. Really appreciate it. And everyone's super grateful that it wasn't me. So, Paula, thank you. We are up in Dundee tomorrow night, where we'll be compared by the lovely Fergus, who has also done other work behind the scenes getting this organised. So please come join us in Dundee tomorrow. Otherwise, thank you very much for coming along. Maybe see you in 6 months if we can face pulling all this off again. Thank you very much. Good night.